completely erased. Entire generations, grandparents, parents, and children gone. Medical centers and universities targeted. Look it up. They're just bombing medics, children, residential neighborhoods set aflame with U.S.-produced white phosphorus, which is a war crime, Mr. Speaker. Poisoning the land and poisoning the people. We are witnessing the same genocidal playbook used against Palestinians in Gaza, and now they're doing it in Lebanon. So I'll be introducing a House resolution standing with the people of Lebanon against these war crimes and calling for the end of this illegal invasion. It is time for us. It's time for us to be able to stop this illegal invasion, enact a total arms embargo, and put an immediate end to this destructive regional war. Mr. Speaker, in Detroit, we say that we don't have health care in our country, we have sick care in our country. And under the Trump administration, we know this crisis is getting worse. Trump has already cut $1 trillion of programs like Medicaid and Affordable Care Act. So I introduced a bill to be able to hone in on the pharmaceutical industry. It's called Medicines for the People Act, a plan to develop essential medications in the public sector and distribute them to all Americans at a non-for-profit rates. The National Institute for Biomedical Research and Development would drive the development of these drugs and devices to lower cost and expand access to medicines, boost innovation, and address public health concerns. It creates the real competition that we need in our healthcare system, lower the prices, and save lives. We all know there's real consequences to the higher cost and fewer breakthroughs in the industry that prioritizes profits over public health. So I urge my colleagues to please support Medicines for the People Act. It is important because healthcare is a human right. It's a time we built a system that reflects that, one, that ensures life-saving prescription drugs are affordable and accessible to everyone. And again, when my residents tell me that we have sick care instead of health care, that should be, again, a signal that we need to do more and need to be able to combat profit in corporate greed within our healthcare system. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last week, our nation lost 6 American service members in a tragic aircraft crash over Iraq. They are among the 13 who have lost their lives to date after Trump waged war in Iran. Among them were 3 Ohioans serving in the Ohio National Guard: Captain Seth Koval, Captain Curtis Angst, and Technical Sergeant Tyler Simmons. These were brave men who answered the call to serve their country. Technical Sergeant Tyler Simmons was only 28 years old. He had what his family called his dream job in the Air Force. His cousin said he had $1 million smile that could light up a room, and he loved flying and serving his country. Captain Curtis Angst, a graduate of the University of Cincinnati, spent a decade serving his country as a pilot. And Captain Seth Koval, who served nearly 20 years in uniform, had dedicated much of his life to flying missions that kept other aircraft in the sky and other service members safe. These men flew one of the most demanding and dangerous missions in the Air Force, refueling other aircraft mid-air so they could complete their missions and return home safely. But these airmen never made it home. Each of these men have families, friends, and communities that will carry this loss forever. And today my heart breaks for them. To those families and the families of other service members who we have lost, please know that the people of Ohio are grieving with you. Mr. Speaker, these 6 Americans are not the only lives that we lost. Since President Trump dragged us into this war with Iran, more than 13 Americans have already died. 13 families who received the worst knock at the door imaginable, and more than a dozen communities across the country are now mourning someone who stepped forward to serve. And while those families are paying the ultimate price, Americans here at home are feeling the consequences of this war in other ways. Gas prices, oil prices, and the cost of nearly everything else are skyrocketing. Families feel it every time they fill up their tanks, every trip to the grocery store, and the cost of food at the market. Their paychecks are not stretching as far because of the president's reckless America Last decisions. In Ohio's 13th congressional district, families were already struggling with rising transportation costs. Cars, gas, insurance, and public transit costs are becoming increasingly expensive. According to the House Budget Committee, Ohio families saw transportation costs increase by an average of $65 last year alone because of Republicans' careless policies. President Trump promised that prices would go down on his first day in office, but that promise turned out to be a lie. Instead, his tariffs, which act like a national sales tax on American families, and the Republicans' big ugly bill are driving up costs and squeezing families' budgets even more. Mr. Speaker, I refuse to sit back and watch working families in Ohio get squeezed like this. That's why I've been pushing for policies that actually lower everyday costs and putting more money in people's pockets. I introduced the Lower Your Taxes Act to do such a thing. The bill would expand the earned income tax credit and child tax credit so working families can keep more of the money that they earn. But this effort and other common sense solutions I've proposed and my Democratic colleagues have offered to lower costs have been blocked or opposed by Republicans. Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget the real people caught in the middle of all of this. Families who now have to decide between filling up the gas tank and buying groceries, between fixing their car, going to the doctor, or paying the rent. Americans cannot survive Trump's dangerous actions overseas that are taking a human and economic toll. Republicans have ignored warning signs and blocked cost-cutting solutions, and they've left working families left to fend for themselves. That is a failure of leadership. We can act to restore affordability, or we can keep letting costs spiral while Republicans protect the millionaires and the billionaires. I hope that we protect American families, because the people we represent deserve so much better than what they are getting right now. May God bless our troops, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the sentiments of my constituents in the 12th Congressional District in New Jersey. They are furious. The president's war in Iran is one of the greatest foreign policy blunders in American history. It is a war of choice, and he took this action without consulting either Congress or the American people. The president's reasoning after the fact has been one lie after another. In briefings to Congress, the administration has admitted this isn't about regime change and that there was no imminent threat, that there was no nuclear threat. The administration has gone before the American people and provided zero clarification of the objectives, nor had they planned for the obvious consequences of this action. There is no clear off-ramp. The Strait of Hormuz has been closed, with several cargo ships already destroyed, choking the global supply chain. This has led to higher oil and gas prices, which President Trump has declared is a good thing. In addition, a third of the world's traded fertilizer has been blocked from the market, putting agricultural work at risk. The American people were already struggling to pay the bills thanks to Trump's self-declared trade wars. Now we are forced to deal with the economic fallout and the personal fallout and the loss of lives of this self-declared war. The American people are paying for this war of choice with a price tag of $1 billion a day. The families of the 13 service members were lost are paying for this. Meanwhile, the president stands to profit from this war. Trump's sons are investing in drone companies with contracts with the Pentagon. This is a clear conflict of interest that calls into question the president's motives when sending our brave service members into harm's way in the first place. The president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is gallivanting across the Middle East for his private firm while simultaneously serving as one of the United States' chief negotiators. We've come to expect corrupt self-dealing from this president, the most corrupt president in our history, his family and their cronies, but now America lives at the stakes. Finally, this week, the president's Secretary of Defense, and I quote, "We'll keep advancing, no quarter and no mercy." The Secretary of Defense is committing war crimes at a press conference, declaring that the United States will offer no quarter puts our own troops at greater risk. It represents an appalling lack of concern for the well-being of our troops and a direct violation of both U.S. and international law, and highlights his incompetence and his lack of soul. Mr. President, if you have the ability to feel shame, you'll end this war now. If my colleagues in this chamber have a shred of dignity left, they'll immediately pass a war powers resolution and bring an end to this disaster before more lives are lost. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president, and members are also reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss this administration's massive cover-up of the Epstein files in order to conceal President Trump's involvement. This cover-up reached its apex last month when Attorney General Pam Bondi falsely testified under oath before the House Judiciary Committee. The Attorney General testified, quote, "There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that," unquote. This is a lie. In the 3 million or so documents that the DOJ has disclosed to Congress under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, there is credible evidence that Donald Trump committed a crime. And that, of course, excludes the nearly 3 million pages that the DOJ is refusing to turn over. Donald Trump is mentioned thousands of times in the Epstein files. There are multiple allegations that he sexually assaulted young girls. But I want to focus on one victim's allegations that the FBI unquestionably found to be credible. The DOJ tried to hide reports of 3 of the 4 interviews that this victim gave to the FBI, but pressure from the media and Congress forced them to disclose them. And now we know why. She credibly accuses Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was between 13 and 15. In each of her interviews, this victim recited the same account of her interaction with Donald Trump. On August 7th, 2019, she explained that she was between 13 and 15 when she was left alone with Donald Trump, who, quote, mentioned something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." Trump unzipped his pants and put her head down, quote, down to his penis, bit the S out of it. Trump struck the victim and said words to the effect of, "Get this little B the hell out of here." The victim advised that she bit Trump's penis because he disgusted her. She provided some additional details in the next interview 2 weeks later, and then a month later, she met again with the FBI and asked, quote, what the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. She didn't speak to the FBI again. But the FBI certainly found her story credible. In a 21-page PowerPoint presentation that the FBI made to prosecutors, they included this victim's testimony. They would not have done so if they did not find the evidence credible, which means that Attorney General Bondi lied when she stated under oath that there is no evidence that Donald Trump committed a crime. But we're just scratching the surface, because the Epstein files also reveal that Donald Trump has made false statements over the past quarter century about Jeffrey Epstein. We know in 2002 he called him a terrific guy and said, quote, "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." In a birthday card, 2003, that Donald Trump gave to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday, Donald wrote for himself that we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Enigmas never aged. Have you noticed that? A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. But in that same year, Palm Beach County opened an investigation into Epstein. that eventually was turned over to the FBI. The investigation became public in 2006, and the Palm Beach County Police Chief received a call quickly after from Donald Trump, where Trump told him, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." What innocent person calls the police chief about an investigation upon just learning about it? The recent documents also show that Jeffrey Epstein emailed Ghislaine Maxwell and said, quote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned." Trump also denied that he ever went on Epstein's plane. But of course, the Southern District of New York said that he was on his plane 8 times, often with young women. The reason why this matters is because we don't have half of the Epstein files. And if the Attorney General is covering this up in such a degree that she is redacting things from Congress, redacting things from the public that she then shows to Congress, what else is she covering up? And I would just show that this document here was redacted to the public, it was unredacted to Congress, and it completely disputes everything that Donald Trump has said about Jeffrey Epstein, about what he knew about the allegations, about his disgusting behavior, about whether he'd ever been to Epstein's house, saying, "I may have been there with my wife." Asked if any young girls were there. No. He may have had children of guests, but that's it. Well, we know that's not the case. Now, why is this important? Because if the Attorney General is covering up this information that she then reveals to Congress, what else is she covering up about Donald Trump's involvement in the Epstein files? I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain, again, from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Mullen, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the rapid rise of AI chatbots and the urgent need to put clear guardrails in place. Artificial intelligence chatbots are becoming increasingly common in our daily lives. They're embedded in our phones, our classrooms, and our workplaces. There's no question that this is an innovative technology with the potential to democratize access to information, reduce costs, and expand opportunity. But as promising as this technology is, we must also be clear about its limits. AI chatbots are not and should not be treated as substitutes for licensed professionals like doctors, therapists, lawyers, and financial advisors. We have seen this most clearly in the mental health space. Users, including children and other vulnerable individuals, are increasingly turning to chatbots for therapy. Tragically, we have seen too many cases in which the children took their own lives after interacting with chatbots that failed to recognize a person in crisis and even encouraged their harmful thoughts. These limitations extend beyond mental health, too. People are turning to unqualified so-called robo-lawyers for legal advice and AI financial advisors for guidance on investing their hard-earned retirement savings. These are high-stakes interactions that can have devastating consequences without proper oversight, which is why every state regulates the licensing of these professionals according to rigorous standards. Many chatbot providers have added disclaimers saying their products are not licensed professionals, but, Mr. Speaker, disclosures are not enough. For example, here in just a few messages with my staff, this chatbot readily claimed that it was a licensed healthcare professional and even invented a fake license number. For a vulnerable user, that claim can be all it takes to place complete trust in a system that is incapable of consistently providing clinical care or sound professional guidance. In another example, a seemingly benign bot marketed as offering legal guidance, quickly claim to be a licensed attorney. Clear rules are needed now to protect consumers, promote trust in responsible innovation, and ensure a level playing field for companies that are doing the right thing. That's why I'm introducing the Chatbot Act. This legislation would prohibit companies from claiming or implying that a chatbot is a licensed professional through marketing or the bot's output. This is a narrow, common-sense consumer protection bill. I'm proud that it has been endorsed by a broad coalition of healthcare, legal, and financial trade organizations, as well as consumer protection and technology policy organizations. We must come together to ensure this new technology is developed safely and responsibly. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Chatbot Act. And with that, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to salute the outstanding presence in the city of Mount Vernon of Macedonia Baptist Church. Founded 113 years ago, Macedonia has been a bedrock of faith and community service in the African American community on the south side of Mount Vernon, where I grew up. The church is led by Pastor Reverend Dr. Darren Morton, also a local Mount Vernon boy, who holds a degree in business administration and a doctorate in education, and is a graduate of the Tabernacle Bible Institute and the Manhattan Bible Institute. The Macedonia family holds weekly Sunday services and Sunday school for young people, Wednesday Bible study every week at 7 p.m., and a midweek Lunch with Jesus fellowship discussion over lunch. As they approach the solemn Christian season of Good Friday and Easter, Macedonia provides a daily 40-day Lenten journey series. Macedonia's outreach into the community as well, feeding those in need and clothing those in need, providing positive outlets for young people, and attention and care for our seniors, help put their Christian values on display every day to the people of Mount Vernon. From the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, we salute Macedonia Baptist Church, its lay leaders, and its spiritual leaders for its vibrant presence in Mount Vernon. Mr. Speaker, alongside the Hudson River in Westchester County, there's a place to go on a Saturday morning where you can find farm-fresh produce and goods from the Hudson Valley, the Hastings Farmers Market. The market supports regional agriculture by bringing these products close to home on alternate Saturday mornings in the winter season and every Saturday throughout the spring and summer season. In the winter season from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. The Hastings Farmers Market opened in the summer of 1998, and now, under the leadership of Ms. Pascal Ladruelec, features dozens of vendors with a wide variety of offerings in the strategic location across from the Hastings-on-Hudson Metro-North Railroad Station. The market, along with its sister market in Irvington, the Irvington Farmers Market, which is on Sundays, is convenient to all the Rivertown residents and the City of Yonkers residents. The market's mission is also including educating and inspiring the market community about the benefits of local farming and sustainable practices. And they invite charitable nonprofits and organizations to participate in the farmers market, groups from the Girl Scouts of Hastings to the local volunteer fire department. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute the Hastings Farmers Market as a valuable and estimable community asset. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to salute the leadership and the membership of the Knights of Columbus, Father John M. Grady Council 503, located in Portchester, New York, for their service to the community. The Knights, an organization of Catholic men nationwide, are organized into local councils and draw their membership in Council 503 from the parishes of St. John Bosco and the churches within the parish, including Corpus Christi, Holy Rosary, and the formerly named Our Lady of Mercy. The Knights of Council 503, led by Grand Knight Mark Scocera and Deputy Grand Knight Phil D'Orazio, have an active program that works to support the parish with local dinners and fundraising events, programs for the seniors and the veterans of the Portchester community and the Rye Brook community, and programs for young people, especially through the scouting troop programs. They maintain an active Knights of Columbus Hall that hosts their events and other events in the village, with the ever-present chef, past Grand Knight Charlie Sacco, and his wife, the head of the Ladies Auxiliary, Tony Sacco, in charge. And you can join them for Pasta Fridays every Friday night during Lent. Very affordable. From the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, we salute the Knights of Columbus, Grady Council 503, for their service to Catholic values and their service to the local Portchester and Rye Brook communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of peace, grant that your spirit of peace would descend upon us in this day. You have granted us this unique and daunting opportunity to work with those who represent every corner of our United States on behalf of every citizen of this nation, and we pray your spirit lead us. Show us how to respect those who labor with us, to acknowledge the gifts and graces you have bestowed on them, and to treat our differences with dignity and not disdain. Give us both the opportunity and the inclination to esteem them highly with the same love and esteem you show to us. May your spirit of peace reside among us. And when we encounter those who fail to value the work with which you have entrusted us, may we reprove them, not as adversaries, but as peers. Then keep our eyes watchful for the faint-hearted, that we would encourage them. And may we share with the weak the strength you have provided. Let your spirit of fellowship guide us. And with all people, especially in these days where discord is the cultural default, may we show patience to one another, proving the better part of our beings. May your spirit of love uphold us. In all that we do, may we choose not to repay evil with evil, but seek to advance the common good and strive to follow the course of kindness in all our endeavors. As we pray in the power of your name, we ask that you send your Spirit to lead us this day. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purposes, does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Susan Williams, the President and CEO of the Venango Area Chamber of Commerce. Susan will retire at the end of the month after 20 years of dedicated service. Susan first started working for the Venango Area Chamber of Commerce in 2006 as the Assistant Executive Director. A year later, she became the President and CEO. During her first year with the Chamber, Susan operated with a team of just 2 full-time staff and a summer intern. However, she quickly expanded the team and the programming offered by the Chamber. Susan was instrumental in the launch of Flex, Venango County's Young Professionals Organization. This initiative helps young people in the county collaborate and develop leadership skills. In addition to Flex, Susan helped launch Leadership Venango. This is a 9-month program designed to educate and motivate individuals and community who aspire to be leaders. Mr. Speaker, I thank Susan for her selflessness and serving Venango County so well. Congratulations on your retirement, Susan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This week marks the celebration of Eid al-Fitr that comes at the end of the holy month of Ramadan. Ramadan is a time that strengthens our faith, deepens our compassion, and brings people together in care for one another. But I also know this Ramadan has been incredibly difficult for our families, many of our families, especially those with loved ones in Lebanon and in Palestine. I'm sending love to all the families who have lost loved ones and those who are celebrating Eid on top of the rubble of their masjids and their homes. Even in the midst of pain and uncertainty, our Muslim neighbors have continued to show resilience. They continue to come together in community and supporting one another. As we gather to celebrate, let us keep showing up for each other and speaking out against injustices and caring for our communities with compassion and solidarity. To all the millions of Muslim Americans in our country right now, I want you to know that not everybody in this chamber sees you less human. We know, majority of us in this chamber know that you are worthy of life, liberty, and justice. May this Eid bring us closer to a future grounded in peace, justice, dignity for all. Eid Mubarak to every Muslim here in the United States and around the world.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Iran has been at war for 47 years, murdering American families, justifying President Donald Trump to respond to the imminent threat from the Iranian regime. Since the 1979 embassy seizure in Tehran to sponsoring terrorism through puppets like Hezbollah, Hamas, Iraqi militants, and Houthis, to Iran boasting to envoy Steve Witkoff of 11 nuclear bombs, the regime in Tehran has chosen oppression of Iranians over peace and prosperity. They chant death to America. President Trump has made the decision with Israel, defending Americans, destroying missile capabilities, annihilating naval assets, and ensuring that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We are forever grateful for the service members defending American families. Courageous commentator Mark Levin of Buckley, Goldwater, and Reagan Heritage stands with Trump, condemning isolationists as either dumb or evil. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump, as Putin provides targeting information to Iran to kill Americans. Our prayers for Susie Wiles for a full recovery.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, artificial intelligence is already transforming the way Americans live, work, and learn, and it holds enormous promise for our future. From improving healthcare outcomes to helping small businesses grow, AI can be a powerful force for good when we as legislators create the environment to use it responsibly. We also have a responsibility to prepare our workforce for the challenges ahead. That's why I've been leading on this issue in Congress, focusing on expanding job training and ensuring that employees and employers alike in the North Texas and across this country have the tools they need to succeed in an AI-driven economy. We cannot afford to fall behind. Other nations are investing aggressively in this technology, and if we don't act, we risk ceding both economic and national security leadership. Congress must act to prepare our workforce for this new reality and to establish a smart, reasonable regulatory framework, one that encourages innovation while protecting the public and keeping our kids safe in an increasing era. That means investing in our people, setting clear rules of the road, and leading with purpose. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Diane Orlowski. She was a true force of nature. We came to know her affectionately on the campaign as Mama Dietz. And Mama Dietz would go shopping, and she would call and make tons of volunteer efforts, and she would do parades, and she really was everywhere. But she had such an exuberance, a spirit about her that was infectious. If you heard her laugh, you might not even know what the joke was, but you were captivated by the laugh, and you found yourself laughing too. She was a leader in the Myrtle Beach area, but also in Connecticut in the business community, and had decades of experience as a businesswoman. And after retiring, of course, she did like most and celebrated or retired to the Grand Strand. And so we are going to miss her very deeply because of the life that she led, the person that she was, and she loved her family dearly, her sons, her grandchildren. We always were impressed about the stories that she would share, the trouble that she would get into with her grandkids. She brought light into every room that she was part of, and her absence leaves the world a little bit quieter without her laugh echoing through it. She will be deeply missed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during Women's History Month to honor Ellen Lewis of Wake Forest, North Carolina, a remarkable community member who's not often remembered in the history books. Born into slavery, Ellen Lewis was about 15 years old when Union soldiers came through Wake Forest after the Civil War and told enslaved people that they were free. After emancipation, she built a life of service to her community, becoming a respected nurse and midwife who delivered hundreds of babies, both black and white. Her story reminds us of the generations of black women who have been the backbone of maternal care in our communities. Yet today, black mothers in America are still far more likely to experience complications or die from pregnancy-related causes. Let's recommit ourselves to building a healthcare system where every mother can give birth safely and with dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Dr. Kenneth John Brown, a Marine, a teacher, a husband, and a man of deep faith who recently passed away at 102 years old. Ken Brown was just 20 when he landed on Iwo Jima, where he proudly served his country. He came home, started a family, earned his doctorate, and spent his career teaching our youth in the classroom. He was, by every account, a man who showed up for his country, for his church, for his students, and for his family for over a century. Mr. Speaker, lives like Ken Brown's are worth pausing to recognize. He is a reminder that one person, committed to the right things, can leave this world better than he found it. May his example inspire all of us to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there are more than 60 million Americans aged 65 and older, nearly 20% of our population. And older Americans face a range of challenges, dealing with rising costs on a fixed income, getting access to the care they need in housing and transportation, dealing with scams and elder abuse, and more. That is why we must reestablish the Select Committee on Aging in the House of Representatives to ensure that older Americans' needs are being looked at holistically by this body. The committee existed from 1974 to 94, and its work led to the passage of legislation to make nursing homes safer, increase home care benefits, improve research and care of Alzheimer's, and more. It's time to bring it back. Along with Republican Representative Maria Salazar of Florida, I am reintroducing a bipartisan bill to do just that. I urge our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it for today's seniors and for future generations. And I would like to enter this article in support of the bill into the congressional record. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the Sierra Pacific girls basketball team for their amazing 2026 season. This past year, the Lady Bears finished an incredible season by winning the Division II state championship, the highest CIF state division title in school history. These student athletes have shown what's possible through teamwork, discipline, and grit. They put in long hours, battled through adversity, and continue to push themselves to be better every single day, and that dedication has absolutely paid off. To the players, coaches, and families, congratulations on this well-earned victory. You've made your school, community, and the Central Valley proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the war in Iran is crushing the economy here at home. Working class and middle class Americans are struggling. Today I read that the price of gas has gone up 27% just in 2 weeks. And every day we're spending $2 billion of American money in Iran. To put that in perspective, for 20 days in Iran, we could have free public college for every American. We could have 1,000 new trade schools. We could have childcare at $10 a day for working class Americans. So today, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse and I are introducing the tax windfall profits for oil companies. They need to be paying a tax, and that money needs to go back in the pockets of ordinary Americans who are struggling at the pump. And instead of putting more money into Iran, we need a Marshall Plan for the United States of America. The Democrats stand for America's economy first, building jobs here, childcare here, healthcare here. Let's focus on our people and our communities instead of draining more money in a war in the Middle East.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, founded in 1891, Elizabeth City State University celebrated its 135th anniversary. As the community gathered to celebrate at convocation, Chancellor Hargrove announced Mackenzie Scott's generous $42 million contribution to the university, the largest dollar per student enrolled gift of any HBCU of her recent gifts. Our HBCUs are game changers. They are transforming regions and lives in northeastern North Carolina. We're reclaiming our future and keeping the American dream within reach. I'm so grateful that Mackenzie Scott sees the value of educational institutions like Elizabeth City State University. Viking pride, Viking pride, Viking pride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.J. Res. 139.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 139, a joint resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States requiring a balanced budget for the federal government.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1115, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.J. Res. 139.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today our national debt exceeds $38 trillion and grows second by second. On a per-person basis, the national debt amounts to more than $113,000 for every person living in the United States. For generations, Congress has chosen to max out our national credit card and leave the bill to the next generation instead of having hard conversations about spending. Families across our nation have had these hard conversations, and they balance their budgets. Their leaders of this nation should do the same. Americans know that debt comes with strings attached. Every dollar we spend beyond our means today is a dollar and change we must repay tomorrow. It's no different for government, and the more America borrows, the more expensive every next borrowed dollar becomes. Indeed, annual federal spending on interest is now one of the largest line items we have. We spend more on interest than we do on Medicare. We spend more on interest than we do on national defense. Republicans and Democrats may have different policy ideas and priorities, but surely we can all agree that a budget hamstrung by huge interest payments benefits nobody. Our fiscal trajectory is alarming and unsustainable. Higher than expected interest rates or other challenges could trigger a debt spiral. It's happened to other countries throughout history. Without changes, it will happen to us. The day of reckoning will come, and it will not be big and beautiful. It will be big and ugly. There are two choices: spend a lot less on the future or spend a little less starting today. I choose the second option, and that's why I support the balanced budget amendment. It is the only way to submit our commitment to long-term fiscal stability. A 5-year path to balance will allow us to make prudent spending choices to gradually balance the budget and wean us from our reliance on deficit spending. It's simple. The balanced budget amendment will restore fiscal sanity and take us off the path to an economic calamity. But the balanced budget amendment will not merely beat back a future fiscal crisis. It will also reduce the cost of living here and now. The enormous federal debt is currently driving up borrowing costs for all Americans. Mortgages, car payments, student loans are all more expensive because of Congress's profligacy and irresponsibility. We saw the disastrous effects of budget-busting deficit spending during the catastrophic 4 years of Biden-Harris rule. With the eager support of Democrats in Congress, the Biden-Harris administration approved $4.7 trillion in new deficit spending, ultimately racking up $8.5 trillion in new debt. And what did the average American get? The worst inflation in 40 years. When Biden-Harris took over in January 2021, inflation was just at 1.4% per annum. By the middle of the term, it exceeded 9% per annum. Inflation is a tax on everyone, but we all know who it hurts the most: the poor, the working class, seniors on fixed incomes, and American families who saw their expenses explode and their salaries stay flat. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
I rise to oppose H.J. Res. 139, this feeble attempt by the President's budget-busting, blank check enablers in Congress to distract America from their own staggering and historic fiscal irresponsibility. Everyone knows they control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, and they've used their total power over our federal government to drive our country into a deep ditch of deficits, debt, illegal tariffs, undeclared wars, and economic destruction. After adding $4 trillion to our national debt with their tax breaks for the super rich, every Republican in the chamber but Representatives Massey and Davidson voted to allow President Trump to keep spending between $1 and $2 billion every day, not of his own money, but of our money, on his unauthorized and unconstitutional war in Iran, without so much as a single vote or a single honest debate on the floor of the House. This war of choice and aggression, which is spiraling out of control now in the Middle East, and which President Trump now calls a little excursion, has already cost 13 American service members their lives and wounded over 200 Americans in uniform while killing more than 1,000 Iranian civilians, including 170 children at a girls' school that was bombed in the first week of Donald Trump's war. But still our colleagues sit there passive, invertebrate, and complicit in the face of this brazen usurpation of congressional war powers, rising from their constitutional stupor only to vote no on our war powers resolution, which every self-respecting member of the Article I branch should have voted for. The administration reports that the first 6 days of this war cost the taxpayers $11.3 billion, or $1.9 billion a day. Have Republicans come to the floor to explain why this war was necessary, or to offer evidence of an imminent threat posed to the American people? Have they asked for a special Iran war tax to demonstrate their fiscal responsibility? No. They just put Trump's little excursion, as he calls it, on the national credit card like an impulse trip to Disney World. But our constituents are paying through the nose for this historic folly right now, not just as taxpayers, but as consumers. We've already been buffeted by Donald Trump's illegal tariffs and imbecilic trade wars against the rest of the world and the soaring cost of living under his corrupt economic policies. But now we also have to contend with skyrocketing gasoline prices thanks to their foolish disruption of the global oil supply. Gas prices have shot up more than 25% since the lawless mullah theocrats of Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz after the lawless MAGA theocrats of America bombed Iran. Now, our Republican colleagues present a doomed proposal to deface our Constitution with the same kind of witless, self-incriminating graffiti someone recently scrawled on the exterior front wall of the Kennedy Center, which they called the Trump Kennedy Center. This proposed constitutional amendment pretends to address a problem that the Republicans created and that Republicans have refused to address legislatively, even though they have all the political control and all the legislative tools they need at their disposal to address it. We don't need a balanced budget constitutional amendment. We just need a balanced budget. If you believe in a balanced budget, bring us one. Show it to us. You control the Congress, but don't start a fiscal wildfire with your out-of-control spending and then throw the Constitution into the flames too. If this proposed amendment were in effect today, the GOP-controlled Congress would be forced to pay for Trump's war by further cutting critical programs and try to repeal the trillion-dollar tax cut that they handed to the wealthiest 1% of Americans. We would have to get a two-thirds vote in the House and a two-thirds vote in the Senate in order to engage in that act of fiscal responsibility. But if they wanted to pass another trillion-dollar tax cut for Elon Musk and the richest Americans, they would only need to get a majority vote in the House and the Senate. Mr. Speaker, even Republicans are denouncing the gigantic runaway deficits that result from out-of-control Republican spending and stupendously reckless Republican tax cuts for billionaires and giant corporations. One of our GOP colleagues, Representative Chip Roy, described their one big beautiful bill as garbage prior to the House vote, saying, if we're going to do the tax policy, at least do the spending policy. Have the courage and fortitude to do what you campaign on when you're talking about balancing the dang budget. Well, Representative Roy's outrage makes sense. Republicans control the House. They control the Senate. They control the White House. Yet they've not once balanced the federal budget or even tried to present a balanced budget to Congress. Their obscene, ugly, profligate law added a jaw-dropping $4 trillion to the national debt because of their massive giveaways to billionaires and corporations, which is the true political mission on their side of the aisle. They paid for a fraction of their profligacy by stripping health insurance and food assistance from tens of millions of working-class Americans who are now living with their Marie Antoinette policies concocted by billionaires and cyber barons throwing great Gatsby parties at Mar-a-Lago and bulldozing the White House to build themselves one more gilded ballroom. So now, rather than showing some discipline and hard work and reversing some of their terrible fiscal blunders from the past to propose an actual balanced budget, no, they waste our time to keep the party going by inviting us to spend the day finger painting on the Constitution of the United States. To observe the semi-quincentennial of the country, they want us to use our Constitution to make them do what they claim they want to do, but refuse to do at a time when they possess all the power they need to do it. And with the same foresight and expert planning the White House has used in their chaotic forever war in Iran, they will put our government into a fiscal straitjacket forever to cover up for their gilded incompetence and misplaced priorities. It would mean, for example, that a responsible leader like Franklin D. Roosevelt or Bill Clinton would no longer have the flexibility to deal with economic crises created by Republicans like Herbert Hoover or Calvin Coolidge or George W. Bush. The simple truth is we don't need a constitutional amendment to balance the budget or have responsible fiscal policies. They've got one-party control of every branch of government. They never stop talking about balanced budgets. Why don't they just bring us one? That's all we need to do. But billionaire ripoff artists like Elon Musk or Peter Thiel, they don't get rich off of balanced budgets. They get rich when the GOP opens the spigots of taxpayer money in federal government contracts and giveaways for billionaires and the high-flying, rent-seeking corporate class. Republicans have run up historic corrupt deficits this Congress and have never once submitted a single balanced budget. We don't need a constitutional amendment to force the majority to do the right thing. We need a new majority. Republicans may as well introduce a constitutional amendment saying that federal agents shouldn't shoot American citizens in the face for exercising their First or Second Amendment rights, or a constitutional amendment saying that federal agents shouldn't shoot someone 10 times for lawfully carrying a firearm in Minneapolis. You don't need a constitutional amendment to respect the law, and you don't need a constitutional amendment to do the right thing for the American people. You just need a new majority, and my friends, it is coming. I urge members to oppose this foolish diversionary legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, histrionics and misdirection won't cover the historical hypocrisy of the reckless spending of Democrats, who now even choose to keep parts of the government shut down. Under the Biden administration, the national debt grew by an unprecedented $8.5 trillion. And by the way, this used to be a bipartisan issue. When you mentioned Bill Clinton, I think, yeah, that's the last time everybody came together from both parties that actually produced a balanced budget. And you say, well, why don't Republicans do it now? Because we'd like to invite you to do it with us. We would like to invite you to do it with us, but you don't want to do it with us. In fact, you just basically announced you'd like to repeal the Tax Act and give us the largest tax increase in national history. What did we get for the runaway spending of Joe Biden? When Biden and Harris took over in January, inflation was at 1.4%. By the middle of the term, it was over 9%. The One Big Beautiful Bill out will reduce debt to GDP, flip primary deficits into surpluses by 2034, and reduce the deficit by about $4.5 trillion relative to the policy baseline prior to an enactment. All of this while averting the largest tax hike in American history that my colleague across the aisle basically just announced they're going to enact upon the American people if they become the majority. Democrats have proposed radical bills that far exceed the alleged cost of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Let's see what they've done. The Green New Deal will cost $93 trillion over 10 years. That's theirs. Medicare for all. Their proposal will cost $32 trillion over 10 years. So forgive me if I think they're projecting a bit on this one here. Simple truth is a balanced budget amendment would hold both parties accountable, and I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to my friend from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, all Americans understand something very clear. We don't have a revenue problem with the federal government. We have a spending problem. And Congress has the power of the purse, but we have failed to exercise such authority responsibly. Our national debt currently stands, as of this morning I understand, at $39 trillion, which equals over $113,000 per citizen. And this number grows as I speak and will not stop without radical action from Congress. We have borrowed our children's futures to pay for programs we cannot afford, putting this country on the path to financial ruin. The only way forward is to set guardrails to ensure Congress can no longer spend money it does not have. This balanced budget amendment to our Constitution simply prohibits total spending from exceeding the average tax revenue collected in the 3 years prior. While critics may argue that reducing spending will somehow harm the economy, this amendment allows Congress 5 years to adapt to the new requirements. The amendment also sets a 2/3 majority voting requirement for any new taxes to prevent politicians from taking more of your money to spend rather than doing the hard work of fine-tuning our budget. Despite what some opponents might say, there is no way to tax our way out of this situation. As I said at the beginning, all of America knows there is a spending problem, not a revenue problem. And I urge full support of this amendment, and it is past time to balance our budget. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. And yields back. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the gentleman from Arizona has conceded that the last time we had a balanced budget was under President Bill Clinton, the elected Democratic president for 2 terms, who turned over a surplus of hundreds of billions of dollars to his successor in office. Now compare that to President Trump, who has been president for a total of around 5.5 years and has added a quarter of the national debt from George Washington all the way to today. A quarter of that has come from Donald Trump himself. So look not at what they say, but at what they do, because it is the Democrats that have always been the party of fiscal responsibility, and like they're doing in the Iran war right now, they're spending us into oblivion without even coming to Congress to get the war declared. It is unauthorized, much less telling us how they're going to pay for it, other than putting it on a credit card for our children and our children's children to pay for many generations into the future. I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentleman from New York, Representative Nadler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this dangerous, dishonest, and undemocratic resolution. It's dangerous because it would require shredding the social safety net and gutting vital investments in healthcare, infrastructure, and public safety. It's dishonest because the same Republicans who hold all the levers of power can pass a balanced budget anytime they want, but instead they pass tax cuts for billionaires, creating trillions of dollars in deficits. And it's fundamentally undemocratic because it bakes in policy choices that should be the decision of future Congresses. Each Congress elected by the people should decide the contours of its own budget. This resolution requires a 2/3 majority to raise taxes, but only a simple majority to cut taxes. That puts a thumb on the scale for massive spending cuts rather than ensuring that billionaires pay their fair share. If my Republican colleagues believe so strongly in a balanced budget, they should pass one. But this resolution, which will never become law, is nothing more than a press release that lets them pretend to care about deficits without doing the hard work of actually legislating. Vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find that the argument that is presented from the gentleman from Maryland seems delusional at best. Delusional at best. This amendment doesn't target programs. It targets overspending. Congress must live within the revenue Americans already provide, and that's about $5.5 trillion a year. The 2/3 threshold applies to tax hikes, not program cuts. Receipts have been stable for decades. Spending is what's out of control. Spending is what's out of control, and they fail to acknowledge it. What's delusional is for the Democrats to have the audacity to say that they're the party of fiscal responsibility when they're trying to impose the Green New Deal, $93 trillion over 10 years. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my friend Rep. Andy Biggs proposing a balanced budget amendment to the United States Constitution. I was a proud co-sponsor of this republic-saving resolution, and I am proud to support it on the floor today. I also want to thank Speaker Johnson for bringing this resolution to the floor and fulfilling a promise that was made when we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill. As our national debt rapidly approaches $39 trillion, Washington is long overdue for a heavy dose of fiscal responsibility. It's not just irresponsible anymore, it's a national disgrace, and it's time to put an end to it. To put our debt into perspective, this year the federal government expects to bring in just over $5.1 trillion in revenue, but plans to spend almost $7.1 trillion. That's almost a $2 trillion deficit. Nearly $1 trillion of that spending goes to purely pay interest payments. No principal, purely interest payments, providing no new services, no investment, no return. If this were a private business, no bank would keep lending it money, yet this is how our federal government operates today. This trajectory is unsustainable. Global markets will not finance U.S. deficits indefinitely. When confidence in our ability to repay fades, we risk a true sovereign debt crisis. Collapsed pensions, failing banks, and shuttered federal programs. Despite Democrat claims to the contrary, our debt crisis stems from unchecked spending, not a lack of revenue. Without serious reform, we face two damaging options. Either one, print more money, which fueled the Biden-Harris inflation surge, or two, borrow more, which raises interest rates and slows growth. Notably, my home state of Georgia must, by law, operate with a balanced budget. So why not our federal government? I've told my constituents I aim to bring North Georgia values to Washington, and fiscal sanity is at the top of the list. As a fiscal hawk and member of both the Budget and Appropriations Committees, I look forward to voting yes, and I implore all my colleagues to do the same. Let's pass this balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Thank you, and I yield back to my friend.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it is unchecked federal spending by President Trump, who's spending up to $2 billion a day on an undeclared, unauthorized, and unconstitutional war in Iran. And our colleagues won't utter a peep about it, and they won't bring us a balanced budget, but they bring us a balanced budget constitutional amendment. I will yield 90 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Representative Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
From the same folks who brought us $4.7 trillion in additional federal debt and who worship the king of debt, Donald Trump, as he describes himself, they present this unbalanced budget amendment. Apparently, this proposal, which reeks of hypocrisy, is designed by those who gave us so much more debt to protect us from them doing even more harm. But I think it really should be known as the Protect Our Billionaire Buddies Act, because that's what it's really designed to do, to prevent a future Congress from ever demanding a fair contribution from the billionaires and the multinational corporations who pay a tax rate lower than that for a teacher or a nurse and shift our jobs overseas. Our loophole-filled tax code has more holes than Swiss cheese. By imposing this first in history supermajority requirement before any tax can be increased, they prevent plugging those holes and do anything about the injustice and inequities in our tax code that shift the burden onto working people and small businesses. These Republicans aren't really deficit hawks. They are war hawks these days, and they created a special loophole in their own amendment for war to ease funding of the war machine. With Trump in office, we can expect more wars wherever his latest whim and ego take him, endangering all of us. There's nothing balanced about this amendment. Let's reject it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. During the gentleman from Texas's recent comments, so recently given, the national debt rose by $125,000. So just keep that in mind. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Texas, Chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank my good friend and classmate from Arizona. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pause for a brief moment of intellectual honesty. Both parties have failed. This institution has failed. We have failed our country. We have jeopardized our economy, our security, our leadership in the world, and worst of all, we have compromised on our children's future and the blessing of their inheritance of freedom and opportunity. We have failed. That's why we're talking about a constitutional amendment to impose fiscal responsibility on a body politic that has not done that has not mustered the political will to do that, a national debt per GDP that exceeds World War II levels of debt, an annual deficit that is larger than both the defense and non-defense discretionary budget, 50 cents or greater on every dollar that we borrow of the $2 trillion going to service our interest payment. Half of what we borrow, $1 trillion, is more than what we spend on defense. And then there's this ominous forecast by CBO that even at $39 trillion today, where we're teetering on potential sovereign debt crisis, we will add $180 trillion to the national debt in the 30-year out. If that's not unacceptable to everybody, I don't know what is. And if we can't concede to the fact that this body politic does not have the political will to address it, to rein in the spending that's driving this unsustainable debt trajectory that will bankrupt our country and our children's future, then we must support this forcing mechanism. Force us to do what the American people have to do. Force us to do what state and local governments do. Here's another stunning and startling for some, but for all a sobering fact. We won't even get a simple majority vote today. So what shall we do? Well, we should look to Article 5 of the Constitution, where the sovereign states and we, the people, can petition their government
for another path to amend the Constitution. Guess what? They've done that. If I could get just 20 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
30 seconds to my friend.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Well, in the late 70s and early 80s, they did that, and they had the requisite applications to have an Article 5 Convention of the States, to rein in us, the knuckleheads that refuse to accept that it's not a Democrat problem or Republican problem, it's an institutional problem that persists and will destroy the greatest nation in human history. So let's look to the states, and let's call that convention like we should have done in the 70s and 80s. And let's let them rein us in, restore fiscal sanity in their nation's capital, and reverse the curse that looms large over this country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for that refreshing intervention in the debate. But I think, as the President Clinton example demonstrates, we can have and we have had the political will at different points to balance the budget. And so it's not politically impossible, but it does start with some people taking some courageous votes. For example, let's vote on whether or not we should be at war in Iran, costing the American people $1 to $2 billion a day. But if you can't even have the courage to decide that we will exercise our war-making powers and our power to declare war under Article 1, Section 8, and our spending power to do it, then nothing will save you. I'm sorry. You could pass a constitutional amendment saying don't shoot people in the face, but still you got to tell ICE not to shoot people in the face. You've got to demonstrate your commitment to actually making that policy real. I yield 2 minutes to the very distinguished legislator from Virginia, Bobby Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about that Clinton budget. Clinton's budget passed when the deficit was $290 billion. The Republicans fought it tooth and nail, didn't deliver a single vote on that budget. When it finally got down to about $10 billion, the Republicans jumped on the bandwagon just before it was going to balance, whether they agreed to it or not, and they're prancing around like peacocks, like it was their idea all the while. They can get credit for 10 of the $290 billion of Clinton's deficit reduction. Now, for years, Republicans have been talking about reducing the deficit and doing nothing about it. If you look at what they did last year, added trillions of dollars to the debt in that big ugly bill. In fact, every Republican administration since Nixon has made the deficit worse and delivered a worse deficit to their Democratic successors. And every Democrat since Kennedy has produced a better deficit. And the reason we have a deficit today is because the Democrats haven't been able to clean up the mess as quick as the Republicans can make it. Now they come up with this so-called balanced budget amendment. It doesn't produce a balanced budget. In fact, it'll make it more difficult to produce a balanced budget. It requires a two-thirds vote to pass the budget. Let's get serious. You're not going to balance the budget cold turkey in 1 year without tax increases. And so we're talking about a two-thirds vote. And which is more likely, balancing the budget cold turkey or having a two-thirds vote without any limit to how bad the deficit gets? I think people have been around here long enough to know that it's going to be the two-thirds vote and it's going to be a horrendous deficit. Republicans have used their time to enact massive tax cuts for big corporations in the top 1%. They've exploded the deficit in the process. To balance the budget, Congress has to make the tough decisions to actually balance the budget. It's not going to balance itself. This amendment will actually make it more difficult to do, and that's why we need to defeat this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to set the record straight on that history. It was very colorful, a little bit inaccurate, because if you remember, it was a 96 budget that was balanced. And it was balanced with all the Republicans and a plurality of Democrats. Would have been nice if it had been unanimous, wouldn't it? It would have been nice, but it couldn't get there. And so when I come back and I say, look, perhaps all the rhetoric you've heard today is political partisanship. It's posturing from this side of the aisle over here. Maybe it's some from us. because it is a bipartisan problem. And I think the previous speaker just said, well, what's the odds of us ever just doing it on our own? That's right. Yeah, hell froze over once about 30 years ago. Are we going to wait 30 years again until the structural deficit exceeds $5 trillion a year? When you are actually having a national debt that is somewhere north of $100 trillion. Well, we're not going to last that long. We need to do this now. I now yield 2 minutes to my friend from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment to the U.S. Constitution to require the federal government to maintain a balanced budget. Republicans have warned for years about the dangers of unchecked federal spending, but because of the Biden administration's unprecedented spending spree and Democrats' ongoing unwillingness to return spending to pre-COVID levels, we are now at a defining crossroad. Within a few years, the debt held by the public will surpass every previous record in our nation's history, even levels reached during World War II. 2 years ago, for the first time in our nation's history, we began spending more on net interest on our debt than our entire defense budget. Interest has become the fastest growing category of federal spending and is now the second largest expense. When we spend more on servicing past debt than we spend on veterans, education, and transportation combined, it is clear our national priorities are dangerously off course. A constitutional amendment is necessary because previous attempts at curbing spending are not working. Congress's budget resolution process is routinely ignored, pay-as-you-go laws are routinely waived, and the debt ceiling has been referred to as a, quote, bad joke. And the results are now catching up to us. Amending the Constitution is indeed a drastic measure and should only be employed in the most extreme circumstances. But at almost $40 trillion in national debt, that is exactly where we are today. It's time to end the irresponsible spending spree. I urge my colleagues to support this balanced budget amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding 2 minutes to the distinguished former Majority Leader of the House, Steny Hoyer from Maryland.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding, the ranking member for yielding. The American people are obviously got to be so confused about this debate. Because one side claims they're bringing us an amendment, a balanced budget amendment, and their history has been, and I've been here for some time, Ronald Reagan increased the budget by 189%. Why do I say Ronald Reagan did it? Because he could have vetoed any spending bill. And we would not have overridden that veto. In 2001, we cut taxes, and we were told by our Republican colleagues it would raise additional monies. It did not. Then some of those, particularly who are claiming, well, we made a deal and we're keeping it, we're getting this constitutional amendment on the floor. What was the deal for? The deal was to vote for the big bad bill, which created $4.7 trillion of additional deficit, Mr. and Mrs. America. That's a tough way to want to balance the budget. We have a paying for problem. That's the discipline, a paying for problem, not a spending or revenue problem. What we have is a paying problem. If we would pay for things, which presumably this constitutional budget amendment would seek, then we would not have this continuing deficit. But you and I both know we're not going to do that, and you haven't done it. We haven't done it. Jody Arrington is right to that extent. This is a problem where we do not recognize the real problems of why we are so deeply in debt. And we pretend cutting nickels and dimes will make a difference. Now, they're big nickels and dimes, I get that. But the fact of the matter is, it is dishonest, in my view, for me or anybody else to come to the floor and say, I want to balance the budget, and then vote for the largest creation of debt ever on this floor. Defeat this amendment. Defeat this suspension bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman's comments. I think, in one sense, I think he's right on the money. Both parties can share in the blame of the massive national debt we have, with the structural deficit we have. But I will point out that in 2001, when taxes were cut, something happened in 2001 which changed the trajectory of the entire nation, and we're still dealing with the fallout. Yeah, you'll remember it. We call that 9/11, right? Some things happened in 2001 which changed our spending. That's important to recall. I'm now going to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to bankruptcy theater. Welcome to it. I am fascinated by my good friend on the other side of the aisle telling me that they are the party of fiscal responsibility. And let me just say, as others have said, including your former majority leader, that this is an institutional problem, because it is indeed that. But let me just make clear to the American people, they say, well, there's not a dime's worth of difference between Republicans and Democrats on spending. And to a certain extent, they're right. However, the Republicans are using a handcart on this railroad, and the Democrats
I don't mean to damn him with faint praise, but maybe a handful of others opposed the tariffs. But they all went along for the ride, even though we've got the power to impose tariffs. And it's always been Congress that has established the framework for tariffs, not the president. You can't make it up as you go along, but that's what he did. And of course, he was struck down even by the Supreme Court that has been sliced and diced and gerrymandered to his advantage. Even that Supreme Court struck it down on a 6-3 vote, but we hear nothing from our colleagues about it. And what about the First Amendment? Right? There shall be no law abridging the freedom of speech, and yet this is the most anti-free speech administration the United States has ever seen. Donald Trump's chairman of the FCC the other day said that broadcast licensees, television stations, better watch out what they say about the war. You can't think of a more naked violation of the First Amendment than the government threatening to revoke broadcast licenses of media entities who disagree with the president's policy, especially about something as important to the American people as war. And they don't utter a single word about it. So that's their demonstrated fidelity to the Constitution. And now they're saying, well, yes, we're not balancing the budget. We haven't presented a single balanced budget. But if you make us do it through the Constitution, we'll follow the Constitution. Right. Fool me once, well, blame on you. Fool me twice, blame on me. We're not falling for that. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland has 6 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Arizona has 11. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is prepared to close and reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We have no further speakers, and we're prepared to close as well.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for closing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my distinguished colleague from Arizona for a spirited discussion of this important issue. I will take the example offered by the gentleman from Arizona of President Clinton. We could take many historical episodes, but we have time only for one. President Clinton was determined to balance the budget, and he returned hundreds of billions of dollars in a surplus to his successor in office. And he worked with a Republican-controlled Congress and led them along to eliminate the deficit. The government ran a huge surplus without the aid of a contrived balanced budget constitutional amendment, and Clinton bequeathed to his successor, George W. Bush, famously, a $236 billion budget surplus, which Bush and the GOP Congress quickly squandered on tax cuts for the richest people in the country, and then the staggeringly costly forever wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And what do you know? History repeats itself. If it doesn't repeat itself exactly, it certainly rhymes. Because what do we have now? They've added $4 trillion to our debt with their massive giveaways to the richest people in the country and the richest corporations. And now, what are we in? Despite all of Donald Trump's campaign promises, we're in another undeclared, unauthorized, forever war of regime change. Although it's not really a regime change war, because the president obviously doesn't care about democracy or human rights in Iran any more than he cares about democracy or human rights in America. But in any event, we are there. We're in that war, spending $1 to $2 billion a day. And so what do our colleagues do to try to deal with this fiscal catastrophe? They offer a balanced budget constitutional amendment saying this is a bipartisan problem we're in. It's a pox on everybody's house. Let's just amend the Constitution to make us do what we really want to do, but we can't do because we don't have the political resolve and the courage to do it. But at the same time, they don't have the political resolve and courage to exercise Congress's powers over war. They don't have the resolve and courage to exercise Congress's power over spending or over taxes or over our ability to regulate commerce domestically or internationally. They've given it all away to the President of the United States. When we are the Article I branch, we've got the power. We can do it if we're willing to exercise it. What's the President's power? Very simple. To take care that the laws are faithfully executed. So we pass a balanced budget, the President will have to remain within it. If we say we're going to have a debate about that war, you can't just run off to war and start plundering the public fisc and spending billions of dollars of the people's money. He can't do it. But our colleagues in the majority will not exercise any kind of discipline or institutional self-respect. You know, the framers of the Constitution thought that people in Congress would stand up for congressional power, just like the president would stand up for presidential power and would always try to aggrandize the power of the executive branch, and the Supreme Court would stand up for the power of judicial review and what the courts do. But they thought that, as Madison put it in Federalist 10, ambition would counteract ambition. We would stand up for ourselves. Our colleagues in the majority will not stand up for congressional powers under the Constitution of the United States. So they want to finger paint some more on the Constitution by adding their balanced budget constitutional amendment. We don't need a balanced budget constitutional amendment, which will be a fiscal straitjacket in times like COVID-19 or times of war where Congress needs the flexibility. All we need is for you to bring us a balanced budget, show some fiscal discipline, show some fiscal resolve. Then we can take it seriously. But otherwise, it just seems like a massive, fantastical distraction from what's actually taking place in America today and on earth, which is we have a president who is bulldozing everything from the White House itself to the Bill of Rights to the separation of powers. And what do we have on the other side of the aisle? Nothing but legislative accomplices in all of this fiscal and constitutional irresponsibility. So they want to take a simple math problem and displace everybody's attention by trying to turn it into a constitutional issue. Well, that wasn't the handiwork of James Madison. That wasn't the handiwork of Alexander Hamilton, who took balanced budgets very seriously. They didn't think that America needed it. If the political leadership is not rising to the task, then we need new political leadership. If this congressional majority can't do it, let's elect a new congressional majority. But let's not throw the Constitution into the fire with all of the other constitutional principles that have been set ablaze by this administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, hyperbole and sophistry right here on the floor of the House from politicians. Who would have thunk it? I mean, really, who would have thunk it? I get a big kick out of that. You know what the national debt was when Barack Obama became president? It was $8 trillion. You know what it was when he left? $20 trillion. You know what the gentleman from New Jersey did? He defended every wild-eyed anti-constitutional program, every abuse of the First Amendment under the Biden administration. So when you had reporters being castigated, investigated, and prosecuted, not a peep from him. Not a peep! But boy, golly, he's going to come up here and attack President Trump. That's what he's going to do. And then he's had the audacity to talk about being a basement of this body. And to say that we have absolute control over all three bodies. I wish we did. That would mean we had 60 Republican senators in the Senate. Quite frankly, I got a major problem with that because that's a supermajoritarian body under the cloture rule. That wasn't contemplated by the founders either. They thought it would be a simple majority. And the rationale for his argument is, well, James Madison and Alexander Hamilton wouldn't have said it. But you know what? James Madison and Alexander Hamilton would have said, we're not going to have direct elections of senators. They're going to be elected by their state legislature. That rationale doesn't make sense in this argument. It's specious and weak. That's the rationale that you're throwing at us today. You said we've never needed a balanced budget amendment before. Well, perhaps you're correct, but we sure have a massive structural deficit today. We have a structural deficit because even though we bring in a record amount of revenue, we keep spending more. And this body doesn't have the political will. That's the point that our side's been making. We don't have the political will. Not on our side or your side. You want to turn this constantly into a partisan affair. I'm saying both sides have recklessly spent too much. Both sides. And you know who is punished by it? It's not us. It's not us. It's the American people. It's the American people that are taking the burden of feckless, blind spending, reckless spending. So even if you get the record amount of revenue, this body's not going to make a concomitant amount of spending. No, it's going to spend more. We'll always spend more. We'll always spend more. Only if we have a balanced budget amendment, which, by the way, used to be a bipartisan issue. Used to be a bipartisan issue that the national debt and deficit, both parties' national security leaders used to say, that is our number one security threat. I mean, for 25 years, a generation or more. We don't hear that today from these guys. It's too bad. I wish we did. Man, I wish we did. I wish we could both say, let's put this together. It's delusional. It's delusional. The fact of the matter is, what was spent during COVID? Yeah, massive amounts of literally trillions of dollars without any productive capacity to go with it. That fueled the Biden era inflation. And we're dealing with that today. Oddly enough, the inflation rate under President Trump is back down to almost what it was when he left. That's the reality. How about these guys saying, we're going to put in the Green New Deal program? Remember that one? Yeah, $93 trillion worth of spending with no pay for over a 10-year period. $93 trillion. Medicare for all, $33 trillion over a 10-year period. No pay for. You know what the pay for is? We're going to print more money. We're going to print more money. And you know what that does? That devalues your currency. By the way, devaluation of currency is the classical definition of inflation. Because you can't buy as much with the same dollar. You're always going to need more. People think that we've seen hyperinflation. We haven't seen hyperinflation. You know when we're going to see hyperinflation? We're going to see hyperinflation when the bond markets start saying, guess what? You guys are effectively bankrupt, and we're not lending you any more money. That is when the big calamity hits. And when that hits, there won't be anybody here who can say this is a partisan issue. Both parties will be at fault. I pray to God that both sides here today will vote for this amendment. Get it to the people. Let the people actually impose upon us what 49 states have, and that is a requirement for a balanced budget. If we couldn't print our own money, we would have already collapsed. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass House Joint Resolution 139? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In my opinion of the chair, 2/3 of the being of the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Madam Speaker, I'm seeking a recorded vote, please.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
I ask for the ayes and the nays, yes.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen, and the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. First is the gentleman from California. Mr. McClintock, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1115, I call up the bill H.R. 1958 and call for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 400, H.R. 1958, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to clarify that aliens who have been convicted of defrauding the United States government or the unlawful receipt of public benefits are inadmissible and deportable.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1115, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee of the Judiciary printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1958.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For years, Republicans on the Judiciary Committee have sounded the alarm about the cost of the Democrats' open border policies on our schools, our hospitals, homeless shelters, food banks, law enforcement, and American wages. But what we're now discovering is that many within these populations immediately set out to rob our country of literally billions of dollars paid by American taxpayers to help needy Americans. Worse still, evidence is now emerging from whistleblowers that this was done while Democratic officials in sanctuary jurisdictions deliberately turned a blind eye to industrial-scale larceny in exchange for political support. We've already heard from TSA agents who watched helplessly as Somali immigrants brazenly shipped millions of dollars out of this country in their carry-on luggage, while alarms to the Biden-Harris administration were simply ignored. We've heard audio recordings of these criminals discussing with Minnesota's Democratic Attorney General how they had each other's backs. We've heard whistleblowers tell us of their warnings to Minnesota's governor resulting in retaliation against them, but no actions to stop the fraudsters. One estimate is that the Minnesota scandal accounts for some $9 billion of stolen funds, and as investigators begin turning over rocks in other Democratic sanctuary jurisdictions like California and New York, this may prove just the tip of an iceberg of corruption. But there's more. Although this fraud may well end up implicating thousands of illegal aliens allowed into our country and then protected from prosecution by the Democrats, Social Security fraud and other fraud offenses implicate literally millions. Yet our ability to remove such fraudsters is hamstrung by the courts, sometimes for decades. In one case from 2017, the Board of Immigration Appeals held that an alien was not removable from the United States for having committed an aggravated felony, despite the alien's fraud conviction for $169,000 in food stamps theft. In another case, an alien was placed in removal proceedings in 2005, while he remained until at least 2013, while his case finally made its way to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit to determine whether his conviction for conspiracy to traffic in identification documents made him removable from the United States. Another fraudster spent 2 years challenging his removal proceedings, even though he admitted that he received up to $3.5 million through food stamp fraud. Other cases with aliens convicted of wire fraud and food stamp fraud languished for 1.5 years to 4 years, respectively, before a federal court finally upheld their removal orders. In many other cases, aliens remain eligible to stay in the United States indefinitely despite their fraud convictions. The Deporting Fraudsters Act of 2026, introduced by our colleague Dave Taylor, streamlines this removal process. The bill is simple. If you admit to or you're convicted of fraudulently receiving public benefits or committing other fraud offenses, you are out of here on the next plane and can never return. This bill also incorporates my Consequences for Social Security Fraud Act,
which the House passed on a bipartisan basis 2 years ago. That bill simply says that if you're an alien who admits to or is convicted of Social Security fraud or identification document fraud, you cannot enter our country, and if you're already here, you are to be deported. And that's just common sense. Even the New York Times reported late last year that, quote, as many as 1 million illegal aliens are using fraudulent or stolen Social Security numbers, unquote. According to another report, in 2017 alone, there were 1.2 million cases in which illegal aliens used Social Security numbers that belonged to someone else or that were fabricated. That number surely has skyrocketed following 4 years of the Biden-Harris border crisis. A 2022 investigative report found that because of this fraud, victims, quote, may face tax bills for income they didn't earn or depleted benefits, and may suffer from poor credit histories or even criminal histories. And that's exactly what happened to Daniel Clover, a Minnesota man whose identity was stolen by a Guatemalan illegal alien with a criminal history and multiple deportations. Because of the identity theft, Clover lost thousands of dollars through garnished wages and increased taxes, and spent years unsuccessfully trying to untangle the mystery of his stolen identity. Now imagine that that victim is you, and the perpetrator is an illegal alien who's allowed to stay in the United States indefinitely, while a dysfunctional court system takes years to decide whether or not to deport him. That is absurd. By specifically listing federal crimes that make an alien inadmissible to or removable from the United States, this bill closes loopholes, removes the years-long litigation that so often bogs down the removal process, and strengthens our immigration system. Finally, the bill guarantees that the fraudsters described in this bill cannot exploit Americans' generosity again by receiving any immigration relief in this country. I'd urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
So another week, another redundant and completely unnecessary immigration crime bill. This one purports to make the commission of certain fraud offenses into deportable offenses, but conviction of a fraud offense is already a deportable offense, as the gentleman's recitation of all the cases involving people who were convicted of crime and then deported from and removed from the country demonstrates. Fraud is considered a crime involving moral turpitude and is specifically enumerated aggravated felony, the conviction of either of which subjects any immigrant to deportation and removal from the country. In the past, we've heard our colleagues claim these bills are necessary to resolve an undefined ambiguity in the law, but there's no ambiguity. Section 101A43 of the Immigration and Nationality Act specifies fraud as an aggravated felony, which is by definition a deportable offense. Supreme Court precedent for more than 70 years has treated fraud as a crime involving moral turpitude and therefore a deportable and removable offense. I know that President Trump, who knows a lot about the criminal justice system, wants to strike a new pose of being tough on fraud. Well, we still have a First Amendment, so that's his right. But at every turn, the Trump administration has dismantled the government programs and offices that actually combat fraud. At DOJ, they disbanded key anti-kleptocracy efforts. They eliminated the Consumer Protection Branch that prosecuted corporate fraud. They gutted core anti-corruption units like the Public Integrity Section and the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act unit. And as all of America knows, they've completely ravaged and shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the first and only agency devoted solely at the federal level to protect American consumers against being cheated by scammers and fraudsters and big corporations. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau delivered $21 billion back to more than 200 million Americans who were victims of fraud, scams, and other predatory business practices, and the administration has been gutting it because they're soft on corporate fraud and white-collar crime. That's the reality of what's going on here. Hell-bent on meeting Stephen Miller's arbitrary mass deportation monthly quotas, this administration has directed FBI agents to deprioritize white-collar crime and instead to devote their time to the big immigration roundup, whose beautiful results we can see in the nightmare of Minneapolis, where American citizens were shot down for exercising their constitutional rights. Well, as a result, prosecutions of white-collar crimes, which include a variety of fraud offenses, were down more than 10% in the Trump administration in 2025. And if that weren't enough, ICE is interfering with states' ability to successfully prosecute crimes like fraud and theft, and to ensure that perpetrators pay their fines and make restitution to their victims. Why is that? Well, they're deporting people before they can actually be tried and fined and before the fines are paid. Take the case of Jason Nellen Flores. He was accused of stealing $100 million worth of diamonds. Before his trial was set to take place, ICE swooped in and simply deported him before trial. That meant he served no jail time and was never ordered to pay any restitution to his victims, leaving them with lots of questions about where the $100 million of diamonds are, but no justice. So by bypassing the conviction requirement, this legislation would hand a literal get-out-of-jail-free card to immigrants who commit fraud by deporting them without going through the criminal justice system and giving their victims a day in court. This is part of a broader trend of this administration siding with the perpetrators against the victims, a trend America has seen in the administration's shameful decision to cover up for Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's co-conspirators, accomplices, and enablers, while outing the identities and even the photographs of survivors. It's a trend that includes the president's outrageous abuse of the pardon power to let fraudsters, who also happen to be MAGA donors, to purchase a pardon and skip out on their obligation to pay any fine or restitution to their victims. That includes Trevor Milton, who defrauded investors in his company to the tune of $676 million. Milton and his wife donated $1.8 million to the president's re-election campaign. In March of last year, Milton got his pardon and erased all of the restitution, the hundreds of millions of dollars he owed to his victims. Take Lawrence Duran, who was sentenced to the longest prison sentence in American history for Medicare fraud. In September of 2016, he filed hundreds of thousands of false claims with Medicare, bilking the taxpayers out of more than $87 million. And then he got his Trump pardon and skipped away without having to pay any of the fines or the restitution. In just 1 year, if you can remember one statistic from today, in just 1 year, Donald Trump's pardons wiped out more than $1.3 billion in restitution and fines to victims and survivors of fraud and other scams and white-collar offenses. This bill is simply another effort to push a fake narrative while ignoring all of the fraud that engulfs us, which the administration has tolerated or even approved through these outrageous pardons. The administration used fraud as an excuse to send thousands of masked federal agents to terrorize the people of Minneapolis and surrounding areas. A blunder so egregious, our colleagues are told not even to use the phrase mass deportation anymore, because the vast majority of Americans reject what they saw on the streets of Minneapolis. Agents beating up peaceful protesters and killing them. American citizens dying because they dared to exercise their First Amendment rights and their Second Amendment rights in public. We saw the price of this authoritarianism. Every day this administration is pushing lies to try to get the American people to ignore the reality that is discernible by our own senses. That's the real fraud on the American people. And now they want us to believe that they're combating fraud when they pardon it and they wipe out all of the government units that are designed to ferret out fraud. And they started by firing 17 inspector generals whose job it is to fight fraud and waste, corruption, and abuse in the federal government. And they sacked all of them to make it possible for the kind of rampant corruption we've seen to take place. American people can see what's going on. We urge members to oppose this redundant, unnecessary, and distractionary bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Speaker, my friend fundamentally misunderstands the provisions of this bill. There's nothing in this bill that prevents the prosecution and punishment of an individual for fraud. In fact, when they admit the fraud, I think that's a plea of guilty. They can still be prosecuted. They can still be incarcerated. But this assures at the end of the judicial process and at the end of their punishment, they'd be deported. Now remember, the Democrat sanctuary policies require that criminals in jail be released back onto our streets rather than to be deported. That's what this bill fixes. They claim it's unnecessary because aliens with fraud convictions are already inadmissible or removable, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. Although aliens who commit some forms of fraud may be found deportable, it's far from certain. Take, for example, a case in which an alien who stole an American's identity for 19 years. Although convicted, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled this wasn't enough to constitute moral turpitude and therefore was not deportable. In a Fifth Circuit case from 2021, an alien already had been in removal proceedings for 6 years before the federal appeals court finally found that this made him deportable. Another fraudster spent 2 years challenging his removal proceedings, even though he had admitted that he'd received some $3.5 million through food stamp fraud. These criminal aliens should have been out of this country once they'd served their sentences, and that's why H.R. 1958 is imperative. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. Mr. Speaker, nothing angers a law-abiding American more than being stolen from, and then watching the system let the thief go do it over and over again. But our immigration system only works when people who come here follow our laws and want to build the American dream, not strip it away from the very people who make this country work. Right now, that trust is broken. These are not small scams. They are organized, deliberate fraud schemes that target the most vulnerable among us. A single mother relying on food assistance, or an elderly couple who spend a lifetime paying into Social Security, or a child whose identity is stolen before they can even speak. And here's the part that makes no sense. Under current law, defrauding the U.S. or stealing taxpayer dollars is not explicitly a deportable offense. That loophole has allowed criminal fraud networks to operate for decades. We've seen the consequences. In Minnesota, Somali fraud networks stole millions, and federal prosecutors now estimate Medicaid fraud in that state alone could hit $9 billion. Even in my own home state of Arizona, fraud exceeds billions of dollars. But Minnesota isn't the outlier, it's the warning sign. A GAO report found nearly 3 million Social Security numbers with evidence of misuse. A Cuban national defrauded Medicare of more than $3 million through a fake medical equipment scheme. A 3-year-old child had her Social Security number used to take out credit cards and auto loans. These are not isolated cases. Fraudsters can exploit SNAP, Social Security, Medicare, and other programs because the law does not clearly say that these crimes make an alien removable from the U.S. And litigation delays and loopholes let these offenders stay here, continuing to harm Americans while their victims struggle to recover. The Deporting Fraudsters Act of 2026 closes that gap, and it does it with simple, common sense steps. It makes clear that any alien who defrauds the U.S. or steals government funds intended for American citizens is inadmissible and deportable. It ensures that an alien's own admission to committing fraud can trigger consequences because courts in multiple circuits have ruled that certain Social Security fraud offenses do not automatically carry immigration penalties. And it bars these offenders from receiving immigration benefits, including asylum, so they cannot exploit our generosity twice. This is not complicated. If you come to this country to build a life, follow our laws, and contribute. We will welcome you. If you come here to steal from American taxpayers, you don't get to stay. Becoming an American is a privilege. It carries responsibilities, and when someone abuses that privilege by stealing from the very people who welcome them, they forfeit the right to remain here. This act is a common-sense reform. It protects vulnerable Americans. And I'm proud to be pleased to be a co-sponsor of this bill. And now I'll just touch on the Biden pardons. Literally hundreds of millions of restitution dollars foregone. In fact, one individual, Paul M. Daugerdas, sentenced to 15 years in prison for his role in a multi-billion-dollar tax fraud scheme described by prosecutors as one of the largest criminal tax fraud cases in U.S. history. Now, why do I bring that up? Because my friend across the aisle is obsessed.
Minute to the gentleman.
The gentleman is extended additional time. The gentleman may continue.
Thank you. He wants to, this Trump derangement syndrome that we hear about so much. What about the 1,400 people that were pardoned in the last waning hours of the Biden administration? Many of them fraudsters, hundreds of millions of dollars of restitution foregone. I didn't hear any outrage from the gentleman over that. But there should be outrage when an illegal alien is committing fraud. This bill will help make them inadmissible and deportable, and that is what this bill is about, not some imaginary or delusional sophist argument that we're hearing from the other side. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And I'm afraid that the gentleman owes former President Biden a major apology for what he just said. He said that hundreds of millions of dollars in restitution owed by people that Joe Biden pardoned was forgiven. According to a study by the Cato Institute, which the gentleman can look up, all of the fines and restitution forgiven by Joe Biden was $680,000, not even $1 million. Whereas Donald Trump has forgiven $1.3 billion in fines and restitution owed by the fraudsters and con men and white-collar criminals that he's pardoned since he's got back into office under their pay-to-play pardon operation they got going over there right now. That's the reality of the fact. That's the truth of the matter. No, Joe Biden did not forgive hundreds of millions of dollars in fines. What Donald Trump has done is utterly aberrational in American history. And I see the gentleman is fleeing the chamber right now rather than deal with the facts and the reality of it. The gentleman was completely wrong. The gentleman
from Maryland
I'm
may
addressing
continue.
the chair. The gentleman was fleeing the chamber rather than deal with the reality that he was absolutely wrong when he accused President Biden of forgiving hundreds of millions of dollars in fines and restitution to people he pardoned. Never happened. Less than $1 million, $680,000. I will submit the Cato Institute report for the record, Mr. Speaker, and I would love to be contradicted if there are any facts over on that side of the aisle. If anybody wants to traffic in facts, but no, maybe it's more imaginary, delusional sophistry from the gentleman. Does he have any facts? I mean, it's no problem just saying, I made a mistake, right? It's like Secretary Noem calling Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist, calling Renee Good a domestic terrorist. That was a terrible mistake and a blunder, but she couldn't admit it. Will the gentleman admit that he's wrong about that, or does he have a fact? I don't know. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, whether there might be some way of determining whether there are any facts available to contradict me on this. But the study that I've got shows that all of Joe Biden's pardons result in less than $1 million in fines and restitution being forgiven. And you know why that is because up until President Trump, every other president had demanded, ordinarily as a matter of course, that fines be paid and restitution be paid. So I hope that there are some people on the other side of the aisle. They've got a huge staff of hundreds of people. Can somebody find a fact that would contradict what I've just said? In the meantime, I would like to yield 5 minutes to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, who is the chair of the immigration, rather the ranking member of the subcommittee on immigration.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1958. This bill was inspired by the allegations of fraud in Minnesota that a conservative YouTuber claims to have discovered, and it is part and parcel of the Trump administration's deadly assault on Minnesota. The Trump administration used these fraud allegations to surge thousands of lawless ICE and Border Patrol agents into Minnesota who increasingly used violent tactics to terrorize communities, to kidnap people off the streets, to break into homes without a warrant, to deploy chemical weapons and assault anyone who dared to peacefully and lawfully protest, observe, or record their activities. And we can never forget that ICE's lawless actions resulted in the killings of 2 U.S. citizens. Renee Good, a mother of 3, had just dropped one of her 3 children off at school and stopped to support her neighbors when an ICE agent shot her not once, not twice, but 3 times at point-blank range and killed her. Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse, tried to help a peaceful observer whom federal agents had shoved to the ground when several agents attacked him, wrestled him to the ground, and, Mr. Speaker, shot him 10 times. The harm that the Trump administration inflicted on Minnesota has resulted in generational trauma on people of all statuses, all in the name of so-called fraud. But this was never about fraud. We know that because the Department of Justice under President Biden began investigating these crimes back in 2022. Likewise, the bill before us today is not really about fraud either. Current law already allows people to be deported for committing fraud. Individuals can become deportable if they're convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, or CIMT, for which a sentence of 1 year or longer may be imposed. The fraud offenses in this bill carry maximum penalties between 1 and 30 years, which clearly meet the 1-year minimum required for deportability. Additionally, multiple fraud offenses are specifically defined as aggravated felonies if the crime contains a sentence of 1 year or more. Conviction for an aggravated felony makes a person deportable. But the key word here, Mr. Speaker, is conviction. Conviction. This bill is really about stripping due process and making it easier to deport immigrants with lawful status, like green card holders. Under this bill, a green card holder who has been in this country for decades could be deported without a conviction. Under current law, most deportability grounds require a person to be convicted of a crime. As a result, if this bill were to become law, it would be easier to deport someone for fraud offenses than it would be to deport them for murder, rape, or sexual abuse of a minor. So we should all ask ourselves, why are Republicans, again, trying to deport people who came here legally without requiring a criminal conviction and without any due process? And why are they constantly trying to fearmonger Americans into thinking that fraud among immigrants is a giant problem? Could it be, Mr. Speaker, could it be to distract from the mega corporations that are bankrolling Republican campaigns, getting Republican tax cuts, all while screwing working Americans and spiking prices? At a time when DHS agents are killing, arresting, and unlawfully entering the homes of U.S. citizens and immigrants alike, when the Department of Homeland Security is defense and chaos in cities across the country, the Republican response is to hand this out-of-control agency yet even more power. This is another bill that is straight out of the Republican playbook that we've seen over and over again. It's an attack on 2 things that have been a core part of America since day one: immigration and due process. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Washington objects to the provision that says if an alien admits to fraud, that should be enough to deport them. They demand a criminal conviction. Well, how ironic the Democrats are quick to take an alien's word when he illegally enters the country, gives a fake name and claims asylum, but they can't take his word when he admits to committing crimes in the United States. An admission of guilt is an admission of guilt. And that ought to be enough to trigger the provisions of this law. And this is not even breaking new ground. In fact, the language in this bill is identical to the grounds for inadmissibility for a multitude of circumstances. An alien can be removable for overstaying his visa, violating his non-immigrant status or condition of entry, smuggling aliens, committing marriage fraud, being a drug user or a drug addict, falsely claiming U.S. citizenship, or engaging in espionage, all without a conviction. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr.
Gentleman
Dems.
from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't mean to respond, but I'm going to have to respond here. I'm going to first put into the record Biden clemency for convicted fraudsters met with outrage, slap in the face. So what the gentleman would have us believe is that Rita Crundwell, who stole $54 million from Dixon, Illinois, repaid that $54 million before she received her pardon. That's what you'd have to believe. You'd have to believe that Paul M. Dagerdas, sentenced to 15 years in prison for his role in a multi-billion-dollar tax fraud scheme, one of the largest in history, you'd have to believe that he had reimbursed the federal government for those multi-billion dollars. You'd have to believe that Toyoshi Alatishe, who abused his position as a caretaker for patients by filing fraudulent tax returns on behalf of these poor folks, that he paid everything back. Well, no indication from that from the Dixon, Illinois folks. No indication at all. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think I've made my case.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that was an amazing evasion of what we're really talking about. I'm going to introduce for the record the Cato Institute's study, President Trump's Pardons, an Embarrassment of Riches. But in it, it answers the question between me and the gentleman. I thought that I was submitting a very simple, humble request that he withdraw the false statement that Joe Biden, as president, had forgiven hundreds of millions of dollars in fines in restitution. That is an absolute falsehood. It's inaccurate. Now look, let's start with this. I'm going to educate the gentleman to the extent that he wants to be educated any further on the matter about the difference between pardons in the Biden administration and the Trump administration. Joe Biden granted a total of 80 pardons in his 4-year term. President Trump issued 166 individual pardons in his first year, and then, of course, famously, the mass pardon of 1,500 January 6 rioters and insurrectionists who stormed this chamber and the Capitol. Well, here I'm quoting directly from the Cato study for the benefit of the gentleman from Arizona. Biden's pardons eliminated roughly $680,000 in financial penalties, fines, restitution, and forfeitures owed to victims or the government. So this is money that a court has determined is owed and must be paid. Biden forgave $680,000. Now, I'm sure if you're one of the victims, you're not happy to hear about that was forgiven. But that is within the power of the president. Now, in contrast, the former pardon attorney of the United States, Liz Oyer, calculated that Trump's second-term pardons, that's just 1 year of pardons, has forgiven the criminal debts, fines, restitution, and forfeitures of more than $1.5 billion. In other words, Biden didn't even forgive 1 million. President Trump has forgiven more than 1.5 billion to the fraudsters and white-collar criminals and scammers who have found their way to Mar-a-Lago in the White House and have been able to finagle the pardon that they always wanted. This staggering sum, as Cato Institute puts it, has been zeroed out by presidential edict. That's in a completely different galaxy than what President Biden or any other president, Democrat or Republican, has done in American history. It's stratospheric, and I'm glad that the gentleman's blatant misstatement and his refusal to retract it have given us the opportunity to focus on this extraordinary corruption that's taking place, because it tells the true story of fraud and how fraud is being treated by the current administration. Cato says, Consider the case of Trevor Milton, who no longer must repay the investors he defrauded $660 million that he owed them. Take the case of Lawrence Duran, who no longer must repay the government he defrauded of $87 million. So you can add up all of the people who were pardoned by President Biden, and you don't even get to $1 million. And then you've got individual criminals who Donald Trump pardoned after they made various kinds of overtures to the White House or showed up at Mar-a-Lago. And those people were getting hundreds of millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars forgiven in fines. And so the gentleman got back up to say, well, these people were either convicted for or accused of tens of millions of dollars in fraud under President Biden. I'm talking about what a court ordered them to pay. That's the apples to apples comparison that the gentleman doesn't want to deal with. And it's interesting that he happened upon that particular issue because it's not one that benefits their side of the argument at all, is they claim to be interested in saving the victims of fraud. Well, victims of fraud, thousands of them, have lost more than $1 billion because of the pardons of Donald Trump. That is the direct policy of the administration. I reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I can't blame the ranking member for digressing into his Trump derangement syndrome. That's a lot easier, I suspect, than explaining why Democrats believe that aliens who've defrauded American taxpayers and stolen people's identities should remain in our country. That's their sanctuary policy in a nutshell, and I wouldn't want to try to defend that either. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, we have a massive fraud problem in America. Fraud costs our country an estimated $233 billion to $521 billion each year. Just recently in Minnesota, allegations have been brought against a group of Somali immigrants running fraudulent daycares with American tax dollars. The bill we consider today, the Deporting Fraudsters Act, ensures that aliens who commit acts of fraud or fraudulently receive public benefits face the consequences of their actions. This creates grounds of inadmissibility and deportability for any alien who admits to or is convicted of certain fraud offenses. The worst part of the Minnesota case, we all know, was the actions of lawmakers who decided they would rather cover it up than see the perpetrators brought to justice. And unfortunately, I think we will see that same behavior today with this vote. Time and time again, we have seen our colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to prioritize American citizens over aliens. Let me remind all Americans, we just saw an example of this recently in the State of the Union, when President Trump asked us to stand if we believe the most important priority of the federal government is to protect American citizens. And all of America watched as Democrats refused to stand. And the American people saw a party that is unable to put their interest first. Living in America as a non-citizen is a privilege. And when people abuse that privilege, they must be held responsible. We must be a nation that follows the rule of law. We must punish illegal aliens who are misusing taxpayer dollars. And I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to put American citizens above alien fraudsters and vote yes on this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, some of our colleagues jump up like a jack in the box whenever the president tells them to do that, but others in the chamber want to stand up for American citizens exercising their First and Second Amendment rights, like Alex Preddy and Renee Good, who got shot down by ICE agents who believe somehow with this Trump administration that they are above the law and beyond the law. So yeah, we are going to stand up with the American people, and we're not going to take orders from the executive branch, which is utterly humiliating and self-defeating for a member of the Article I branch of the Congress of the United States. The gentleman, I think, accuses us of something I think he called the deranged Trump syndrome, which I can only imagine means following a president who plunges the country into an illegal, unauthorized, undeclared war, spending $1 or $2 billion a day, and then not asking any questions about it because somehow you think your political destiny is intertwined with the president who has shown no loyalty to the people who show loyalty to him. But that's a personal problem on their part. But no, we don't have deranged Trump syndrome. I think that falls on that side of the aisle. I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield such time as it may consume to the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, the Honorable Jim Jordan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Just step back and understand the Democrats' position for a second. First, they were for a wide open border. You don't have to take my word for it. Just remember what we saw. Every single day for 4 years of the Biden administration, people lining up on the southern border, camping out under the bridges on the various towns along the border. Open 8 to 10 million people in a 4-year time. They were all fine with that. Lost track of 300,000 kids during that time. Then their other position, another position, abolish ICE. Don't want to enforce our immigration laws. No. We got to abolish ICE. As if being doxxed, tracked, harassed, spit on, sworn at, attacked, death threats for ICE agents and their families. As if that wasn't enough, now the Democrats say, we want to get rid of them altogether. That's really going to help the situation in our country. And then third, they're for sanctuary jurisdictions. We just passed legislation in our committee 2 weeks ago to deal with this. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, District of Columbia, representing 31.5% of the population of this country reside in a jurisdiction where left-wing political leaders tell local law enforcement, don't work with federal law enforcement when it comes to enforcing federal law. Maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. But that is their position. And guess what? Last year alone, 17,864 times a detainer was filed at the local jail, local detention center when an illegal migrant was in that facility and charged with another crime, and ICE files a detainer and says, if you're going to let him out, give us a heads up. Just tell us. We'll come apprehend the individual there in the jail so we don't have to do it on the street where our agents are going to be spit on, harassed, sworn at, and attacked. Just let us do it at the jail. And these jurisdictions say no. And now here we are today. The final one. If you find some fraudster who's a naturalized citizen rips off the taxpayers, you can't deport him. They're like, no, we're not going to deport him. We're going to give him, as the chairman said, sanctuary here in the country. This is the most ridiculous positions. Open border, abolish ICE, sanctuary jurisdiction, don't deport fraudsters who are here. I mean, this is craziness. But that's their position. And this bill is so common sense. So I want to thank Mr. Taylor for sponsoring this legislation. You know, what was it? Sarah Huckabee Sanders a few years ago said in the response to President Biden, the divide in America today is normal versus crazy. This is just normal common sense stuff. Every position they take is crazy. Thank Mr. Taylor and our chairman, Mr. McClintock, for the great work they've done on this legislation, and I urge a yes vote.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's such a thick fog of propaganda and disinformation in the chamber. I think we've lost sight of what the bill is about and what the law is. The law is very clear today, which is conviction of a criminal fraud offense is already a deportable offense. It already gets you deported. And that's why the majority began with a whole litany of cases where people were being deported after committing crimes. They didn't like the fact that they had the right to appeal it. Okay, they don't like the fact that there's due process, but they appealed it and then they were deported. But that is what the law is. So their bill is simply an effort to say you don't need a conviction anymore. You could just deport them based on hearsay evidence. An ICE agent says, well, this person admitted to me that they had committed fraud. And that substitutes for prosecution, trial, and conviction by a jury. And meantime, we've got hundreds of judges in America now who are condemning ICE for lying in court. We have Department of Justice lawyers who are saying literally in court, my job sucks, because they can't defend what's taking place with ICE. We have judge after judge denouncing the fantastical, misleading, deceptive, mendacious testimony of people from ICE, and now you want to just trust an ICE agent to say, this person admitted to me that they committed criminal fraud, we're just going to kick them out of the country without a trial? You know, Thomas Jefferson said during the Alien and Sedition Acts that there are people who want to strip away the rights of aliens, and that will inevitably come to attack the rights of citizens too. We already saw that in Minneapolis. There were people, a lot of people in this chamber, willing to look the other way when they were knocking down the doors of immigrants without a search warrant, without probable cause, when they were roughing up immigrants, or immigrants were dying in custody, but then suddenly these ICE agents thought they could get away with it when it comes to U.S. citizens. And that's when America woke up to this threat and said, no, ICE agents are not superior to the rule of law. They are not above and beyond the law. And even President Trump understood it, which is why he's pulled a lot of people out of Minneapolis. They wanted to change the subject. They said, stop using the words mass deportation. And a majority of the American people reject these authoritarian tactics that have been unleashed against both citizens and immigrants. This is a nation of laws. It's a nation under the rule of law and under the Constitution. Their bill is at best, if not completely redundant and unnecessary and silly, it's a gloss on what the law already is, which is if you're convicted of fraud and you're an immigrant, you get kicked out of the country, you're removed. We don't need to degrade our own rule of law by taking action against people without a criminal conviction. The criminal justice system works just fine. And so we should be encouraging government agents not to lie to judges, not to render false testimony, as judges across the country have been saying. Both Republican and Democratic appointees have been rejecting what's coming out of this administration. And this bill, as far as I know, is not about naturalized citizens. I think our distinguished chairman said something about that. He may have gotten it confused with another bill. But this bill is unnecessary and it is redundant, and I will reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, my friend seems so overwrought that he's simply misspeaking and doing so quite prolifically. This bill does not say that you can deport on hearsay evidence. It says you must deport upon a conviction or an admission of guilt. That's it. And there are many offenses that already fall under this same process, and the standards are rigorous. The alien's admission must be explicit, unequivocal, and unqualified. The immigration judge has to find that the admission fits within the relevant statutes and that the admission is based on reasonable, substantial, and probative evidence. The Democrats clearly aren't interested in due process. They're interested in gumming up the process so that the illegal alien criminals can remain in this country preying on Americans. That's the whole point of their sanctuary cities, the whole point of their opposition to this bill. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the author of this legislation, Mr. Taylor of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mr. McClintock for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, Deporting Fraudsters Act. As Mr. Harris just said earlier, estimates show that between $233 and $521 billion is lost to fraud each year. These funds are taxpayer dollars from American workers, intended to go to Americans who are in need to get back on their feet, not to illegal alien fraudsters who shouldn't even be in our country to begin with. The massive fraud we have seen in Minnesota and other places around the country, it should be a no-brainer that if you are not an American citizen while defrauding the American people, you should not be able to walk freely in this country. The story that inspired this bill originally came from California, where 5 foreign nationals were apprehended with over 160 fraudulent snap cards on them, non-Americans stealing from the most vulnerable among us. It needs to end. Democrats have used American taxpayer dollars to attract and retain an electoral majority for too long. To my Democrat colleagues, the bill before us is a binary choice. Do you support the American people, or do you support illegal immigrants who steal American tax dollars? Failing to support this bill is a betrayal to the Americans whose interests you claim to represent. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before the distinguished gentleman leaves, I'd be happy to yield to him for an answer to a question, which is the bill as he originally introduced it required a criminal conviction. And I wonder why it was changed and whether that was changed with his approval or not. But what was the logic for changing it?
The gentleman yields.
Yeah.
The gentleman from Ohio is
Thank
recognized.
you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Thank you for the question. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. It was not part of the original text. It was suggested in committee. This was in the Judiciary Committee. I wasn't a party to those conversations. I was consulted about the decision to add that, and I fully supported it.
Well, Representative Taylor, this is your bill, H.R. 1958, and it begins like this. Any alien who's been convicted of, deportability, okay. Any alien who's been convicted of an offense that involves defrauding the United States government or the unlawful receipt of a federal public benefit or a state or local benefit is deportable. So, but you've got the language of convicted in there, and it was changed by the committee. I'm just wondering, why did you originally have it in such a way as to require conviction?
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you. I'm not sure I got what you said there, but it requires a conviction unless there's an admission. That's the
way it's been changed. It's been altered to that. But when you introduced it, it required a conviction, and I'm just wondering, what was your original logic, and why did you change your mind about that? If you did, maybe you didn't.
And looking back at that, it's probably something I should have included in the original text. If the person's going to admit it,
yeah,
that they should be deported. Obviously, that they're admitting it, and it's something that honestly is apparently is commonly occurring at the border as people come in. They'll admit that they previously.
My time. I mean, I supported the
from
original
Maryland
vision.
is recognized.
Yeah. I mean, I supported the original vision because that is, I mean, it was basically unnecessary because it was a restatement of what the law is, but it put it all in one place, so I could certainly support that. But then your language was completely diluted in committee to open up this huge gaping hole to say that you don't need a criminal conviction before deporting someone. And we've, enumerated the problems with that. I mean, for one thing, it deprives victims of a crime the opportunity to be heard and perhaps to get their restitution and to get their proper justice in court. But also, it sets a terrible precedent. And this is the Thomas Jefferson point when you say, well, we're going to have lesser standards relating to immigrants. Well, that then carries over to citizens. And we've seen already in this huge immigration roundup what that means in terms of the trampling of the rights of our people under the Bill of Rights. So I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from California.
I'll yield a minute to the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, Ms. McClintock. In this situation, my read of the bill is an unwithdrawn admission is the same as a guilty verdict. This is a person who's admitted they've broken the law. Therefore, they sit in the same position as someone who's been convicted of it if they're not even going to say, oh, no, actually, I didn't break the law. They admitted it, they're deportable. And I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, first, the ranking member should know that once a bill is introduced, it leaves the control of the individual member and becomes the property of the House and is subject to modification by a majority of the House. And I must say, I find his objections rather curious, considering the fact that dozens of House Democrats have previously supported requiring an admission for a ground of deportability, included as part of the Consequences for Social Security Fraud Act, which was approved by 55 House Democrats just 2 years ago. That was legislation that I introduced and is now incorporated into this measure. I'd also like to ask unanimous consent that a CBO cost estimate for this bill be included in the record.
Without objection.
And I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the gentleman for this lively debate. This bill is redundant, it's unnecessary, and it's dangerous in terms of eroding a basic principle that we have, which is that there should be full due process and people should not be deported without a criminal conviction, because the prosecution is not always right, but also everybody should have their day in court, including the victims. And at a time when we've seen Big Brother bloated beyond belief in terms of budget and in terms of powers, the last thing we should do is to look for further ways to aggrandize the power of the executive branch at this point. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland has yielded back. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, the question before us is a simple one. Should an alien who is here in this country as a guest of America be deported if they commit fraud and steal the funds of American families and American taxpayers, or if they commit identity theft by stealing the Social Security numbers of American citizens? Now, that should not be a difficult question for anyone with a lick of common sense. We have enough problems with domestic criminals without tolerating the presence of criminals from every other country in the world. If you are a foreigner and commit fraud in this country, you need to go home and never be allowed to return. The Democrats want these criminals to stay. The Republicans want them to go. I don't wonder for a moment where the American people stand. President Trump put a very simple and revealing proposition to the Democrats during his recent State of the Union address, that the first duty of the American government is to defend the American people and not illegal aliens. The Democrats made their answer crystal clear for the entire world to see. I'm willing to bet they haven't learned a thing since then, but I'm pleased to put that proposition to them again today in this form. Should foreigners who commit fraud against the American people be allowed to stay in our country, yes or no? And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1115, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The clerk will proceed with third reading.
I'd like to request
Immigration and Nationality Act to clarify that aliens who have been convicted of defrauding the United States government or the unlawful receipt of public benefits are inadmissible and deportable.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
without
I'd like to
objection.
request the ayes and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those requesting a vote of the yeas and nays of sufficient number. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of the question are postponed. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1115, I call up H.R. 556 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 335, H.R. 556. A bill to prohibit the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead ammunition or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1115, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, printed in this bill, is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 556.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 556, sponsored by my colleague, Congressman Whitman of Virginia. This common sense bill protects hunters and anglers' ability to continue using cost-effective lead ammunition and fishing equipment on our federal lands. At the same time, this legislation gives land management agencies the flexibility to make targeted decisions on lead usage based on sound science and in coordination with state fish and wildlife agencies. In the United States, sportsmen and women participation is crucial to the success of wildlife conservation. The North American model of wildlife conservation operates on 7 interdependent principles. Embedded in these principles are sound science, active management, and access to hunting and fishing. The success of this model is best characterized by the millions of dollars that hunters and anglers pay for wildlife conservation each year, mainly through excise taxes on firearms, ammunition, and fishing tackle. In fiscal year 2026, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service apportioned over $800 million in receipts from excise taxes on firearms manufacturers alone. Of that, nearly $700 million was for wildlife restoration. Similarly, $442 million was generated from excise taxes on fishing equipment for fish conservation. It was with this in mind that the Trump administration changed the paradigm for hunting and fishing on federal lands earlier this year. Historically, federal lands were considered closed to hunting and fishing unless specific regulations were issued to allow these activities in certain places. With the signing of Secretarial Order 3447 by Secretary Burgum, federal lands are now considered to be open for hunting and fishing unless existing authorities and unit purposes require an area to be closed. This change charts a path forward towards opening thousands of acres of federal land to responsible hunting and fishing. This new approach will result in greater economic activity for local communities surrounding our federal lands and more funding for wildlife and habitat conservation. H.R. 556 will further these goals by ensuring that federal land management agencies follow specific science and coordinate with state agencies when regulating the use of lead ammunition and fishing tackle. Providing these safeguards is critical as alternatives to lead ammunition and fishing tackle are often cost prohibitive, with some costing as much as 10 times more than similar lead products. Instead of regulating hunters and anglers out of our federal lands, the Trump administration is working with state managers, conservation organizations, and sportsmen and women. When lead is shown to cause harm to wildlife, it will be addressed accordingly, but wide-reaching bans or even refuge-by-refuge bans where no specific science link can be made are the wrong approach and ultimately undermine wildlife conservation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are on day 19 of Trump's illegal war of choice with Iran. 13 American service members so far are dead. 200 more are wounded. Gas prices have surged 80 cents a gallon just in the last 3 weeks. Grocery bills climbing. Oil over $100 a barrel. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. So what is it in the face of this chaos and calamity that the United States House of Representatives has chosen to do this week? Debate a bill about lead ammunition in our nation's wildlife refuges. Now, we should consider the iconic national symbol of the bald eagle when we talk about this subject. Every year, bald eagles across America die. They drop out of the sky in some cases because they ate carcasses and remains that were laced with lead fragments. Bald eagles are not alone. Lead poisoning has been documented in over 130 species: the common loon, condors, trumpeter swans, many species of ducks, and even some mammals. For species already struggling on the brink of extinction, each piece of spent ammunition or lost fishing tackle left in the environment is another potential lethal dose of lead. Now, we banned lead from gasoline. We banned it from paint. We banned it from children's toys. We did that because lead is a known lethal neurotoxin that never breaks down. That same lead, in the form of spent ammunition or lost fishing tackle, can kill wildlife, and it does so on our public lands and waters right now, in some cases at levels that are far too high. Now, Republicans are proposing a bill that would make this a lot worse. H.R. 556 would block federal land managers from using common sense, science-based safeguards when necessary to protect wildlife from lead poisoning on federal lands and waters. Now, the bill does have an exception, at least technically or hypothetically. Agencies can act when a species decline is, quote-unquote, primarily caused by lead. Now, that evidentiary requirement and the standard that goes with it, the way this bill is written, is going to be impossible to meet. The bill demands site-specific field data for each individual unit of land, ignoring decades of peer-reviewed science and imposing costs that most land units, already stretched then by Trump's budget cuts, simply cannot afford. States are already moving to protect wildlife in many cases. Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont banned lead tackle to protect loon populations. California banned lead ammunition to protect the California condor. However, this bill creates a very murky legal landscape that would undermine these safeguards, replacing state laws and policies with a federal mandate written by and for the gun lobby. Most concerning, this bill claims to protect access for hunters and anglers, but in reality, the bill could result in less access for some of America's biggest conservationists. The legislation conflicts with the Endangered Species Act and with a 2022 settlement governing hunting and fishing in the National Refuge System. You know, even under this administration, the Trump administration, the Fish and Wildlife Service issued targeted lead restrictions in 8 refuges specifically to open new hunting and fishing opportunities near sensitive Endangered Species Act listed wildlife species. But if this bill is enacted, the Fish and Wildlife Service would have to close those sensitive areas for hunting and fishing entirely to comply with the ESA. And that's going to leave hunters and anglers with fewer places to fish and hunt. And transitioning away from lead is a step toward a more sustainable future for the sport. We saw this in 1991 when the federal government phased out lead shot for duck hunting. The gun lobby said at the time all the same things that it's saying now. This will kill the sport, people will be priced out, it'll be the end of a way of life, and it was nonsense. It was wrong in every case. Waterfowl populations rebounded, giving duck hunters more opportunities, more birds, more places to hunt. And proponents of this bill often claim that banning lead will price out hunters and anglers, but the data tells a very different story. An analysis of 86 different bullet calibers and cartridge sizes found no significant price difference between lead-free and lead-core ammunition in popular calibers. Now, switching to non-lead tackle can add less than 1% to the average angler's total annual costs. And in the handful of refuges that do restrict lead to protect endangered species and to make sure that we can continue hunting and fishing, the Fish and Wildlife Service already offers vouchers and programs providing free or low-cost ammunition and tackle to hunters and anglers. Our public lands, we have to always remember, belong to the American people, not to the NRA and the gun lobby. H.R. 556 imposes a federal mandate to allow the spread of a known lethal toxin across our nation's wildlife refuges, across waterways, and the habitats that our children will inherit. We must reject this bill and let public land managers make the tough calls and do their job. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources and the lead sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Whitman. But before he takes his 3 minutes, I would like to mention that Mr. Whitman is not only an active member of our committee, is serving as Vice Chairman. He's not only the lead sponsor of this bill, but Mr. Whitman holds degrees in biology, public health, and policy. I could actually call him Dr. Whitman with a PhD. He's also an avid outdoorsman. If there ever was an expert in this area, I would consider Representative Whitman an expert, and I yield 3 minutes to him.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Westerman. And I rise today in strong support of H.R. 556, the Protecting Access for Hunters and Anglers Act. This legislation safeguards the rights of sportsmen and women who play such a critical role in the conservation of our lands and our resources across our nation. As a lifelong hunter and recreational fisherman, I know firsthand how important access to our public lands and waters is for America's sportsmen and women. Hunters and anglers are some of the nation's most dedicated conservationists, and they care deeply about the lands. And they demonstrate that through the license fees that they pay, through the excise taxes that they pay, and on-the-ground stewardship. They have helped fund wildlife management and habitat conservation for generations and have been responsible stewards of the land. Unfortunately, in recent years, we've seen efforts to restrict the use of traditional lead ammunition and fishing tackle on federal lands and waters, policies that would have placed unnecessary burdens on sportsmen and women and limited the access to these outdoor traditions that are so fundamental to what Americans cherish. I appreciate the Trump administration and Secretary Burgum for taking action through a secretarial order to address this issue and protect access for hunters and anglers, those true stewards of the great resources that are parts of this nation. This legislation builds on that effort by codifying these protections in law, ensuring that future administrations cannot impose sweeping restrictions that are not grounded in science or consistent with state wildlife management authority. The Protecting the Access for Hunters and Anglers Act ensures that any future restrictions on lead ammunition or tackle on federal lands and waters must be supported by sound science and in line with state law. Let me repeat that again. Counter to the gentleman from California's statement, this requires a demonstration of sound science in coordination with state management agencies. State management, wildlife management agencies have primacy in managing the resources in their states. And we should make sure that we honor the regulations and requirements that they put in place to make sure that hunters and anglers have access to the resources that belong to them. These resources belong to the citizens of the United States of America, everyone, not just a group that says, oh, no, we want to restrict access, or we want to use pseudoscience to say that there's a threat here, or we want to state that a species is actually on the road to recovery is somehow threatened or endangered. You know, you can mislead, but the American people aren't going to fall for that. The American people understand what this is about, and that is allowing them to have access to the lands that they own, to the resources that belong to all of us. That's what makes this nation great. You know, states have long been the primary managers of fish and wildlife. That's their responsibility, and they're best positioned to make decisions that balance conservation with continued access for hunters and anglers. We should respect the states. The 10th Amendment tells us to do so. This legislation also helps ensure the participation in these...
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will also help ensure that participation in these outdoor traditions remain affordable, which means they will be accessible. We want to reduce barriers that could prevent the next generation of sportsmen and women from getting involved. The young folks of today want to be part of the outdoors. Let's make sure we don't stop that. I'm proud to see this bill pass the House last Congress, and I remain committed to advancing it once again so we can send it to the Senate and ultimately to the President's desk. Protecting access for hunters and anglers means protecting the conservation model that has sustained America's wildlife and public lands for decades. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of points. First of all, federal wildlife managers already, under current law, have to follow the best available science. If they were to issue lead ammunition regulations, randomly, arbitrarily, in a way that contravenes science, they would find themselves immediately in court and those actions would be overturned. In terms of deference to state law and state wildlife managers, I certainly agree with the gentleman on that, but the problem is many states have actually taken steps to restrict lead ammunition and tackle, and this bill is so poorly written that it's not clear whether federal wildlife managers could continue to comply with those state laws or whether they would have to ignore them and continue to allow lead in those cases. So several reasons why this bill, in addition to the policy problems we've highlighted, is technically not ready for prime time. But at this point, I'd like to defer and yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Dingell.
The woman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former chair and proud member of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, I have worked tirelessly to defend our public lands and wildlife for the benefit of all outdoor enthusiasts. And I'm here today on the floor to continue to fight for healthy wildlife populations and protect public lands access for our nation's hunters and fishers. I've been warning my colleagues for years that this legislation, as written, will undermine science-based conservation of wildlife and will result in closures of areas to hunting and fishing. The fact is, when land managers are allowed to follow the best available science, restrictions on lead ammunition and tackle can be used as a tool to expand access for hunters and fishers, not limit it. This is especially important in places like national wildlife refuges, where managers must ensure that hunting and fishing activities are compatible with the refuge's purposes, including safeguarding threatened and endangered species. Even last fall, we saw new hunting and fishing opportunities combined with restrictions on lead. The Trump administration's 2025 hunt-fish rule combined these limited lead regulations for new hunting and fishing opportunities with its lead-free hunting voluntary incentive program. For example, at Poskin National Wildlife Refuge, they combined a new opportunity for lead-free bear hunting with the program that distributed all needed lead-free ammunition to hunters. The bill as currently written undermines that effort by requiring costly and unworkable unit-specific analysis before any regulation on lead can be proposed. In many cases, this bureaucratic burden in H.R. 556 may cause entire units to be closed to hunting or fishing. From an administrative perspective, it's less risky to remain in compliance with the ESA and the Refuge Administration Act by closing units to hunting and fishing than to navigate the complex process required by this bill. Meanwhile, wildlife populations are under increasing pressure from a range of stressors, including habitat loss, disease, and climate change. Lead contamination often contributes to population decline alongside these other factors, and waiting until lead becomes the primary cause of harm means we're acting too late. That is why at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to the bill.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield the gentlelady another minute.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. My amendment ensures that land managers can make science-based decisions to protect both wildlife and hunting opportunities so they don't face a choice between keeping lands open to hunting and fishing or protecting wildlife. As someone who strongly supports our hunters and anglers, I want these activities to remain sustainable and accessible for future generations. Hunters and anglers are among conservation's greatest champions, and they deserve our support. Grounding conservation and recreation in sound science supports both the natural resources we value and outdoor traditions we cherish. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit that will protect our nation's rich wildlife heritage for future generations. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out that H.R. 556 checks the boxes. It allows state agencies to make the rules on what kind of lead's being, or what kind of ammunition is being used. It also allows for the best available science, and it's been argued almost like the science totally supports the ban of lead. But I want to read from a quote from the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, who is actually the lead advocate for all state fish and wildlife agencies here in Washington, on the Biden administration's proposal to ban lead. I'm quoting what they testified. Without definitive science conclusively and fully documenting population-level impacts, we do not believe there is sufficient evidence to support these mandates, end quote. So what the people that are closest to this issue said was that there's no conclusive science that we should ban lead, yet that's what the previous administration wanted to do, not only on fish and wildlife refuges, but they wanted to ban it for, or not only for hunting, but also for fishing. And fishing and hunting are sports that people in my district do that maybe can't afford to do a lot of other activities. And when you increase the cost of ammunition or the cost of fishing tackle by a factor of 10, you're going to price people out of that sport. And going back to my opening comments, hunters and fishermen are the ones that fund conservation in America through excise taxes, and a lot of that comes from ammunition and from fishing tackle. And what this would do, it would force more people out of those sports, it would reduce funding for conservation, and it would create a downward spiral. We need to use common sense, we need to use thorough science-based research, and we need to be able to make these decisions as they arise. And we're not preventing lead from being banned. We're not saying that you can go back and use lead to hunt waterfowl and migratory species. We're just saying that on these fish and wildlife agencies, for certain game, you can still use lead shot. We're not going to allow that to be banned just because somebody has a political agenda to ban it. So this is a common sense bill. It's good for hunting and fishing. It's good for hunters and fishermen. And it's ultimately good for our country and conservation. So I strongly support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Time, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves his balance. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So about this best available science, just to be very clear, best available science is what wildlife managers have to do right now. If they don't, any regulation that they promulgate involving lead tackle or lead ammunition restrictions is going to be invalidated and will mean nothing. What this poorly written legislation would do, though, is substitute a brand new scientific standard that we've never seen. We have no idea what it really means. It would have a narrow exception to allow restrictions on lead ammunition or tackle on specific units of land if the applicable secretary determines that, quote, a decline in wildlife population at the specific unit of federal land or water is primarily caused by the use of lead in ammunition or tackle based on the field data from the specific unit of the federal land or water. These are very new and ambiguous terms. A simple reading would suggest you have to do a complete forensic analysis that would, in the real world, make this standard totally unattainable. It would effectively mean you would never be able to regulate lead ammunition or tackle, even when it was forcing the closure of hunting and fishing in our National Wildlife Refuge system. As the National Wildlife Refuge Association has pointed out, this is a quote-unquote impossible standard because population monitoring data is not available at the unit scale in most cases. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot today about hunters and anglers, but let's talk about what this bill actually does. First, it's bad for wildlife. It strips our land managers of the tools they need to limit lead, a known neurotoxin, on our public lands and waters, putting the recovery of species like the bald eagle, our national symbol, and the California condor at great risk of further loss and potentially extinction. We cannot claim to support wildlife while handcuffing the people tasked with managing it. My colleagues across the aisle talk constantly about states' rights and keeping the federal government out of local decisions. Then they bring a bill like this that amounts to a federal mandate preempting, overriding state laws on behalf of the gun lobby. Now, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and California have already banned lead ammunition or tackle in some cases to limit lead and protect wildlife. Now, this bill would throw all of that into legal limbo. Land managers wouldn't even know whether they can honor these state laws. And this bill also harms the very people it claims to champion, our hunters and anglers. It creates a direct conflict with the Endangered Species Act in ways that would force the Fish and Wildlife Service to close off public lands currently open to fishing and hunting. And it does all of this for a problem that doesn't even exist. Lead-free alternatives are widely available. They cost about the same in most cases for the most popular calibers. And they've been working since 1991. Fewer places to hunt and fish does not grow the outdoor economy, and the places that have sensibly restricted lead, tackle, and ammunition have not seen a reduction in hunting and fishing. The people who actually use these lands, our hunters, anglers, and families, are among the strongest conservationists in this country. We agree on that. The last thing they need is for Congress doing favors for the gun lobby at the expense of these lands and wildlife that they love. And we banned lead from gasoline, from paint, from children's toys. I don't think anyone in this chamber would argue for putting lead back in any of those circumstances, but House Republicans are asking us through this bill to guarantee the sacred place of lead in our wildlife refuges. And the people and the wildlife who depend on healthy public lands would pay the price for that. So I urge my colleagues to see this bill for what it is, a step backward for our environment and our economy, and vote no on H.R. 556. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California, having yielded his time. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, hunters and anglers are the backbone of American wildlife conservation efforts, and they are heavily invested in the long-term health of wildlife. It is important that Congress come to their defense against ideologically driven, unscientific decisions that limit access to our federal public lands. Mr. Speaker, I have a letter here supporting H.R. 556, and I just want to read some of the names who signed on to this letter before I ask for unanimous consent to submit it to the record. But these are organizations like the American Catfishing Association, American Sports Fishing Association, Bass Angler Sportsman Society, Boone and Crockett Club, California Waterfowl Association, Catch a Dream Foundation, Coastal Conservation Association, Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, Council to Advance Hunting and the Shooting Sports, Dallas Safari Club, Delta Waterfowl, Ducks Unlimited, International Game and Fish Association, Major League Fishing, Mule Deer Foundation, National Deer Association, National Professional Anglers Association, National Rifle Association, National Shooting Sports Foundation, Pheasants Forever, Public Lands Foundation, Quail Forever, Safari Club International, Sportsman's Alliance, the Bass Federation, the Walleye Federation, Whitetails Unlimited, and Wildlife Forever. These organizations represent millions of Americans who participate in outdoor recreation through hunting and fishing. I don't think they would be signing a letter encouraging the passage of H.R. 556 if they thought there was something that would endanger our fish and wildlife populations in this bill. And again, to be clear, this bill doesn't prevent the federal government from making decisions regarding the use of lead ammunition and fishing tackle, but it does say that any ban must be backed up by site-specific science demonstrating that lead use is harming wildlife and that refuge. It also requires that states be properly consulted when the federal government proposes to ban the use of lead. I believe a true partnership between states and the federal government in wildlife conservation is the best path forward, and this bill is a step in the right direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit this letter to the record I just
Without
mentioned.
objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of items between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
And to close, I again thank Congressman Whitman for his leadership in working on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate have expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1115, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
The Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead ammunition or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture and for other purposes.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will read the motion.
Mrs. Dingell of Michigan moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 556, to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. For those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
The chair leads before the House sundry communications.
The chair leads before the House sundry communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Clause 5B1 of Rule 10, I am writing to inform you that Representative Kevin Kiley has resigned as a member of the House Republican Conference. Signed sincerely, Lisa McClain, Chairwoman, House Republican Conference. The Honorable Tim Walberg, dear Mr. Chairman, this letter is to advise you that Representative Kevin Kiley's election to the Committee on Education and Workforce has been automatically vacated pursuant to Clause 5B of Rule 10, effective today. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives. The Honorable Sam Graves, dear Mr. Chairman, this letter is to advise you that Representative Kevin Kiley's election to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has been automatically vacated pursuant to Clause 5B of Rule 10, effective today. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives. The Honorable Jim Jordan, dear Mr. Chairman, this letter is to advise you that Representative Kevin Kiley's election to the Committee on the Judiciary has been automatically vacated pursuant to Clause 5B of Rule 10, effective today. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to Clause 12A and Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess and subject to the call of the Chair.